Rat is most definitely not okay. Oh well. What's the score? What's happening? Tell us what's going on. What the fuck?
Great.
I thought Albert would have won by now. I was gonna say you probably still want to keep them going. I kind of understand, wanting to keep the game going if the stream goes down. Yeah, I think if we want to fire the stream back up, we just put it on like be right back until we get the until the second game. They to just tell them to finish it off stream and just move on further. Give me a sec. Oh wait, we can be heard now. I guess we are back. Hello everyone. Sorry for that interruption. Apparently, our internet connection isn't as reliable as we would like it to be, but we were in overtime. It is 12 to 12. Glorp Academy brought it back. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it on screen, but we just had Glorp Academy with a great hold on the A site on their opening defense. Um, wow. I mean, just yep. We just jump right back into it, I guess. Still everything to be decided here. So many players alive from the side of Albert V3, and they are going to find the defensive round win 13 to 13. Back and forth we go. Overtime. The magic is back. Yeah, this is not looking good. Maybe we will break the deadlock. Both teams got 7 rounds on their respective defenses. That's, how we got here to overtime. 7 defense, 5 offense. And they both started overtime with defensive round wins. But now Albert on the brink of getting their attacking round. Overtime could be over very, very, very soon. This push plan goes the way of Albert, which you've got to imagine it will. There it is. Ramen to be the one to deliver the final blow. Now 13 to 14. Albert, this reminder is their map pick. We still have, I believe it is Breeze to go over to for the side of Glorp Academy to play on their home turf, on their own ground, if you will, their map choice, whatever. But they would so dearly like this map to also go their ways. They do not want to have to go to the decider in Lotus.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really long, drawn-out battle if that's to be the case, but it's a great paranoia to force off any kind of aggression towards A main, but look at the number of players stacked towards the site itself. It's gonna be that Recon Dart swatting out the one Neon, and a pick going the way of Glorp Academy now as they will get a spike planted down. Neon Gerald wanting to push the issue now. There's 2 players up in heaven trying to just make sure that aggression is kept in check. That Odin now, great shots, great chip damage onto lethal as they are going to be on 1 HP basically to all these rifles that are in play. As again, Vice Jero now making the numbers ever so much in their favor as going to be a flawless from the attacker side. We go again into overtime.
I mean, of course it is. When Albert win their attacking round, of course it is going to be Glorp Academy winning their own. This just feels like one of those games that's never going to end. It will be over eventually, or it won't. I just last week, I believe it was, I was casting a game. We went, it was Haven lower bracket finals for a tournament. we went, I believe, to 22 apiece before the server crashed. And then when we were back up after, reestablishing the lobby and everything, overtime was won within the 2 rounds. The final result was 24-22. So I guess that's just Valorant for you, baby. Now Gerald and Gerald are going to find 2 kills. It is a Gerald fest. Thavron is going to interrupt it. Lethal last alive here for the side of Albert, and the defense once again triumphs from Glorp Academy. Will they be able to close it out? Or will we see a repeat of that dreadful scenario that I was faced with last week?
Well, considering that both these teams look a little bit stronger on their defense, I wouldn't put it past Albert V3 to bring us into another overtime, but I don't think Glorp Academy really want to draw this out, right? Because if we do end up getting to the map 3, it's gonna be a really, really long series, and I don't know if either of these teams want to play into that. As I say that, though, Rama's gonna get the first pick. That's gonna be that spearhead for Glorp Academy taken out now, as the rest of the players coming in from this A main position. Look at the amount of defenders that are on this A site itself. The numbers are even, as it's gonna be the Neon Q taken out on defense as well. Perhaps to find another angle back into this for Glorp Academy as they go on a little bit of an adventure now towards mid. This jump pick should be heard by Ramen. We'll be holding it, but noise being cut now. Seems like they want to go in for this re-hit. It's just that sole defender on that site itself. There is 2 close by to try and give some cover fire, but it's gonna be a little bit dangerous here if you're gonna be greed on that site. That drone is gonna be heard as the players will make it onto the site itself.
And greed has been found, but not before they get down 2. That owl drone timing was terrible from Glorp Academy. Albert V3 close it out in the blink of an eye. Just, coming down to the wire, but not really was that round, I guess you could describe it.
Yeah, I would have perhaps wanted the attack Glorp Academy to try and play for contact instead of using the utility, because the defenders, they kind of rotated off A. You had 1 to leaning towards B, you have 2 in tree itself, not looking the right lane, and if they had walked up with contact there, perhaps they would have gotten a kill onto Greed, but we'll never know. As we head into another round of overtime here, 0 Point gonna clear out this deep mid position, but it's Neon Gerald right around the corner holding down his very large machine gun. Triple Four has his number though, as they will head onto that B side. Great shot coming in from Ramen, and it looks to be a great round win setup here for the attack.
Yeah, Albert V3 just claiming kill after kill after kill. Thavron, the final one now regrouping with Gerald Omen. Not a good look for Glorp Academy. There it is, Ramen claiming just once more, coming in from Marcus. Is the smoker of Glorp Academy. You can't save for next round, buddy. You have to phase the music. Watching out for the flank. Not much to do here. Just some phantom shots ringing out, and there it is. 15-16 advantage. Albert V3 match point, just 1 away from taking their map pick.
Both these teams have been given chance after chance to close out this map, but neither team has really been able to win out 2 rounds in a row in this overtime itself. Now, Albert V3 certainly have the chance to do that. Look at the setup though, it's just gonna be that lone killjoy over on B. Perhaps playing for the retake instead. Meanwhile, A is heavily reinforced again. You see the double duelist trying to get a bit of information there. Doesn't really hear too much, so they will be going for the rotate. I don't know if that's the right plan though, as look at the attackers now just walking up pretty much all the lanes here, trying to take away this map control and space away. Saffron even finds themselves a kill and quite a bit of chip damage onto these players as well.
Triple four. I was gonna say finally I get to see their POV. They're so low that their bar on our HUD is almost non-existent. They're on 3 HP. This is as low as it gets, and how thin the walls on not just this map but this game in general are. Even the wind could knock this player down. 5-on-4, and the spike is making its way back to B as the rotates are making their way into A. So this should be a relatively open side, relatively free for Glorp Academy should they choose to take it. Retake, though, not going to be that hard for Aber V3 as it has been in other cases. They have, like we said, those numbers. Still, you've got a player that's almost dead. You've got a player that's fully dead now in lethal because you didn't count on the lurk from Omen. Gerald, the flash does not go where it should be. There we have it through the wall. Triple four goes down. High Tide trying to get something here. Greed does get one. Can Q get anything? They can get one for the road. The cove is going to be all that you're able to find. Paranoia in from behind. 6 HP from Greed. I think it's safe to say round 4 Glorp Academy.
Yep, and back into overtime we go. Score is tied up 16-16 now. Again, neither team has really been able to close out these rounds. Ooh. With a big boomstick on Neon Gerald there, perhaps this could be the difference maker. They play their cards right and for the right angles, but look at the pings on the attack. Seems like they perhaps want to hit mid. I don't know if this is the right play, especially there's a very long sniper rifle staring down the barrel of Q, now taking them fully out of the game. Don't really think they want to go peeking into this. Spots out the shoulder, and it's enough to do him in. Lethal will fall. That's going to give them the numbers advantage here for Glorp Academy.
That is crazy work. With my op does not shoot like that, I can tell you. Wow. 4-on-2. Albert V3, this is not the position that they want to see themselves in. High Tide about to go through mid. They really need to recover the spike. Gerald Soba just lines them up. Advantage once again. Glorp Academy, can they convert it though? That is the million-dollar question. Already 4 times they have not been able to do so. Will the 5th be the definitive one, or will we go again?
Yeah, that's gotta be the question here. They've been pretty good at finding early picks around the map by going for those defaults. Now let's see if they can do it again here on this first map of Ascent in the series. It's a lot of aggression towards B main, perhaps being kept in check by this Odin, followed up by a rifle by both these Geralds outside of B. Double Duelist, not gonna find anything, but it is that Phoenix who does pick up the first kill, opening up that A side just a little bit, giving a little bit of chinks in the armor to work with for the attack. As I say that though, Q is gonna put one immediately traded back out. Back and forth we go. It's down to that 3v3. It's a rather rough fight for Thavron as Lethal will find that headshot, and great off angle now being held. It has to be a 1v3 again for Omen Gerald to try and close this out.
It's a never-ending story. We go again and again and again until the server crashes. Hopefully not, but you know. I wouldn't have said that maybe a couple weeks ago, but I'm telling you, we literally could not stream the grand final because it was so late for the entire production team. I mean, we went all the way to what, 22 to 24. The server crashed, and we still had a whole best of 3 to go. That was on a best of 1,
no.
mind you. That was a singular a singular game. Imagine if that had been a best of 3 series. I do not even want to consider it, but we are seeing it right in front of our eyes, 17-17. Not the best look for our production team, but a great look for the fans. They are definitely getting, I was going to say their money's worth. They're not really paying to see this, but they're getting their entertainment's worth, I guess. Albert V3, convincing defensive round. Now, back to the offense. Can they find it? There's no boomstick in the hands of Gerald Neon, but there does seem to be. Okay, never mind. There is boomstick now in the hands of Gerald Neon. Just, trying to prove me wrong as I was spectating them. And there is a kill as well. 444 goes down. This glass cannon operator was so good last time around. And it's already off to another good start. Now, how strong does the defense hold? Both duelists go down to the Vice. And it does seem like another defensive round will be claimed here by Glorp Academy, barring any miracles.
Yeah, miracle is a bit of an understatement for what they have to pull out in this 1v5 now. For Greed, Substitute has been able to find a couple of quick kills in the past, but can they do it again? It's gonna be the question. Gonna be staring down the barrel of the operator really, really quickly, and it's a flawless round for Glorp Academy, as once again they will find themselves a map point.
Map point again. How many times have we heard that? Way too many, I tell you. But could this be it? We've got a timeout call from one of the Geralds. I do believe that we have some talks going on behind the scenes. These players saying, "Hey, do we want to do this? Do we want to do that?" But as we go into what could be a deciding round for this map, Glorp Academy now have a chance to close it on the defense. We've got Q on 35 kills. We've got Neon Gerald on 29, almost 30. We've got Ramen. I can't see if that's 28 or 29, but still a lot of them. We have every single player in Glorp Academy over 20 kills. I mean, if this is not mental, I don't know what is.
Yeah, this time out perhaps to talk it out for Glorp Academy. How exactly do they want to play this to close things out here? I believe it is okay. Their attack, the HUD is a little bit wrong. It is gonna be Glorp Academy on the attack now. Just one round to close it out. Relay ball gonna stall them out a little bit towards tiles, but nevertheless, there's no presence from the defense at all. So they will be making their way down mid now. It's gonna be Hurt, and Lethal is gonna get stuck in a rock in a hard place, taken out at stairs, but look at the trades coming back and forth. We go 3v3 now on the cards into this retake itself. Thavron is pretty tagged up. We'll be able to heal just a little bit, but it's a full retake coming in from Market now.
Yeah, 3-on-3 is not the ideal situation, and they have not considered the Phoenix flank. Oh, but the flash hits, but the bullets go wide. Q and Greed now trying to flush this duelist out, but they realize this player needs to go, and indeed they do. Onto the defender spawn now, beyond high tide. What are they going to find? Sova Gerald takes him down. It's a 1 versus 1, but Greed just simply not have the time. This Odin is way too powerful, and that is going to be Glorp Academy finally claiming the map. 19-17 is the final score. Wrong on the scoreboard, wrong on the overlay. It doesn't matter. We got it done. Even just by the stream going down, we were able to survive. And so were Glorp Academy, who take away the map pick from Albert V3. Maybe reminiscent of what happened a couple weeks ago. Last week of the regular season, Glorp Academy won. Again, like you said, Gremis, 2-0. That means they didn't need a decider. They took their own map pick and the map pick from Albert V3. They've done half of the work now. Will they be able to close it out on Breeze? Grimace, what do you think based on what we've seen so far?
I mean, I kind of want to say that I think we will see them go neck and neck again, just based on how they've been playing so far. They've been shooting well, and the team has really found in like the upper hand against the other team. But in terms of the mental, though, it has to be the confidence to be found from Albert V3 because they had so many chances to close it out. They were at that the map point as well, and they weren't really able to win it out. And after giving so many chances up, it is Glorp Academy who find themselves at a win, and for Albert V3, a loss in that matter has to be heartbreaking for you. You have to really find your momentum, resolve your mental a little bit here for this map Breeze, especially now that you're stepping into enemy territory.
It's brutal, it's chaotic, it's beautiful, it's Empress. Take a look at the stats right here between Albert V3 and Glorp Academy, 17 to 19. We've got both Neons as MVPs for their teams, respectively. 36 from Q, 30 from Neon Gerald. I mean, these are just some insane stats overall. I don't think you can say that anyone did anything wrong. Really, it was a beautiful win from Glorp Academy. This is the Academy. I don't even want to think about how good Glorp themselves are. But then again, we've got Albert V2, Albert V3, all these versions of all these teams, academies, non-academies, parent teams, whatever. They all do their own thing. We're not going to think about who's better, who's worse. What matters is what you do in the server. And in the server, Neon Gerald got it done. 25 deaths, yes, but 30 kills to go with that. We take a look at this. 20 opening kills for the side of Glorp Academy really showed. A couple flawless going each way, 10 plants each, very even across the board. Makes perfect sense. Honestly, if you ask me, no aces technically, although we were seeing them a little bit here, a little bit there in the first half. I do believe we figured out why that is, and that's because there are 4 players named Gerald on the side of Lorp Academy. So, the client recognizes them all as the same person. So some form of Gerald got the ace. That's what our Spectra was saying. Now we're gonna be going over into Breeze. And I'm not entirely sure if we are going to take a little break. Let's listen to the voices in our heads for a brief moment. All right, the voices have spoken. We're going to go to a teensy weensy little break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some more great action here at the Empress Season 1 playoffs. Hello and welcome back. My name is Alligator, and together with my partner Grammys, we're here to bring you all the action from the second map of our starting series here at the Empress Season 1 playoffs. Of course, we've got Albert V3 versus Glorp Academy. 17-19 was the scoreline in our first map of Ascent, not Bind as it shows right there. We just had the map pool change, and unfortunately, your software has not been updated yet. But Grammys, we are going into Breeze, the Glorp Academy map pick. They stole the Ascent game in multiple overtimes from Albert V3. Now, Albert starting on the defense here over on Breeze. What can we expect to see from both of these teams in terms of gameplay, in terms of compositions, in terms of anything? What are you expecting? Predictions?
I mean, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I would say predictions are a really hard thing to do for both these teams because, I mean, who would expect a harbor pick on Ascent, right? And you could see, I think it was Albert V3. They weren't
Mm-hmm.
afraid to pull out that kind of pocket pick for greed, and even though it didn't really go out in their favor, you can't put it past them to just pull something out of the hat and pick up a random agent that you don't expect to see on a map like Breeze. But I mean, I do think in terms of Breeze, there's a couple of agents that are pretty set in stone. One of them, most notably, I would think it's the Sova, perhaps the Viper. But I've seen a bit of like discourse around the like if Viper is really necessary on Breeze now because of the changes, because you can have those dome smokers come in and just smoke off those choke points or the sidelines now for you, and we've even seen teams pick up the harbor on a map like Breeze. So if um Albert V3 they pulled out the harbor pick on Ascent, I wouldn't put it past them to pull it out on Breeze as well.
I would very much expect a harbor pick, like you mentioned. We've seen increasing amounts of it in pro play. The Sova and the Viper as well, probably to be expected here. And indeed, we see Greed over there with the harbor, everything else being hovered. Kind of what we would expect. The duelist, I guess, is where the we've had the most variability. Neon, you've got to assume is going to be a staple. And then the second one, that's kind of where you start to see your variations. We've seen some teams play Chamber, seen some teams play KO, and you play for the double initiator instead of the double duelist. We've seen some teams play Jet, which is very, very classic. Very, very old school. I think Paper Rex with something over in Pacific, one of the biggest proponents. We're gonna see the Phoenix on one side, we're gonna see the Jet on the other. Pretty much mirror comps here outside of that second duelist. Is going to play quite different. You've got your entry duelist in Jet versus maybe a bit more of a strategic flashing duelist in the Phoenix. Grammys, maybe on the differences between the defense and the offense, what would you say is the favored side on this map? Do you expect maybe the defense from Albert V3 to start out stronger, or do Glorp Academy have a better chance starting on the offense? What could we expect in those terms?
I would want to say I feel like Breeze is a more attacker sided map despite the changes that have been made to it. It's still a very long rotate if you only have control of over your own spawn and not mid. And mid, I feel like it's gonna be a space where a lot of these teams are going to fight for. I'm kind of surprised that they went for this double wall controller setup instead of like a dome smoker and then a wall smoker. We will be having Viper Harbor on both sides. I do like that Phoenix pick. I think what I would want to see more from Thavron and perhaps the rest of Glorp Academy as a whole is to try and perhaps funnel more orbs into the Phoenix, because yes, we did see some running backs come online on the map of Ascent, but I don't think they were they had the goal in mind to just funnel orbs to that 6-point owl that's able to get so much information as well as a lot of value on it. It's basically a second Sova drone that's able to shoot back as well. So I would definitely love to see a bit more on that part in terms of the macro, but we will be heading straight into the second map of Breeze between Albert V3 as well as Glorpicanian. It's already the attackers on the site, but his push in from Elbow is great as well to just get the kill onto Harbor Gerald.
And I want to point out these Glorp Academy players, all named Gerald, they have swapped their roles around. What they have not swapped out is the firepower kills going their way. Now they've got the numbers advantage. And this is actually one of the things that I talked about with one of their players. I mentioned in map one, oh, who plays what role generally? And Fight, one of the players who played, I believe, Omen last map. I have very strong suspicions, although I was never able to confirm them. Said, well, Breeze is one of the maps where we change up our roles. So actually, the player that you see on the Sova here is not Jack from the previous game, but it is actually Fight himself. And I'm just basically going to talk about these players, because if I want to talk about the round of what was going on in the action, I am going to lose my mind. Not that it's much easier to keep track of these players, mind you. Thavron, if you're watching this VOD, thank you so much for keeping it straight in our heads. But basically, we've got Fight on the Sova, which was the Omen from the previous map. We've got Mazoku, who was the Vice in the previous game, now playing Viper. We've got Jack on the Harbor, who played the Sova last game. And then Mr. Clean and Thavron are still the Neon and the Phoenix. So for some reason, we just had the controller and the initiator players swap roles. Why that happens, well, the difference is so strong between the Harbor and the Omen, I don't really know. But what I do know is that the aim is just not there for Q. What a whiff!
Yeah, right out in the open as well. The shots we image on to these couple of players, but Glorp Academy, again, they managed to win out a pistol. They have that gun advantage in this round, but the buy is not the best for long-range fights on a map like Breeze. Is pretty much a buy that you want to be running into close angles like mid-doors here, but it's going to be Q who picked up that first kill. It's going to be finishing that kill onto Neon Gerald, and Thavron is there for the trade. Good for another one. No, it's Harbor Gerald who picks up the kill onto their counterpart instead. Pretty convincing round so far for Glorp Academy, as it's just these two players with classics left to try and find a bit of damage now. Bit of action going up in top mid as Viper Gerald this time finding a kill of their own. Etho now left in a 1v4, has the ghost, but the shot's not the greatest. Everyone will pick up on that, and now
Very decent
that
round
is just
right there from Glorp Academy. I'd say
back.
not a super strong investment, unlike what we saw from Albert V3 in the previous map. Albert, they won both pistols over on Ascent, and they invested very heavily in their anti-ecos. Glorp Academy, bunch of Spectres, bunch of Stingers. We're gonna see a rifle bot here. It's gonna go actually to the hands Thavron as they try to convert this bonus round against full rifles. And you were talking about all these old orbs being funneled across to Thavron. It is the third round, and that run it back is already online. That is going to be such a powerful scouting tool. The question is, do you want to use it when you are at such heavy weapons disadvantage, maybe to open up some space in favor of your team? That could be a nice idea. For the moment, though, trying to determine what to do. Seems like the rotations on the offensive side are heading over to A, whereas the defenders not quite there, but the Neon over on the defender spawn can rotate so fast as soon as the running back is popped. Those rotates are going to start coming through. Oh, the slide is good. Greed should have had that position, but can't quite get it done. Thavron finds another one with their ultimate. Able to go back into safety. Spike plant is good. That snake bite. Timing almost caught out by Viper Gerald. Ramen does take down Sova Gerald. And now the retake at 3-on-4. Not perfect, but doable. If you're Albert V3, Neon Gerald trying to one-up her counterpart. There it is at 3K on the round. Will they be able to find a fourth? Doesn't really matter. Glorp Academy seemingly converting their bonus. It would take an unreal clutch from Ramen here. We've seen crazier things before. What can this Jet get done? The star player, marquee player, from this team. The time is simply not gonna be there, and that is Glorp Academy claiming 3 on the bounce. Much better start on this map than in the previous one.
Yep, it's the bonus converted as well for Glorp Academy. That running back really finding value. That double duelist really making it work over on that side of A. I thought the pathing from the Phoenix was a little bit weird to just run through that high tide, but it just completely caught I think one of the defenders off guard, and Tavron was just able to collect another kill that gave them even bigger numbers advantage there. And there is a bit of a timeout, I believe. This should be a timeout, but we're not too sure on which
It
side it is.
should appear as a timeout if it were a timeout, but maybe it's just I mean, I would not be surprised
Could be
if
a
it were an
tech
actual
pause.
timeout. It could very well be a tech pause from either team, or maybe, you know, Spectra isn't cooperating. We do have confirmation that it is a tech pause. Never mind. The voices in my head are confusing me. It is a timeout from Albert B3, I believe. You know, I really should have it looked into these voices, but no, they do say nice things sometimes. They are smart. From time to time they are helpful. From time to time, but you know, probably should get it checked. Anyway, Glorp Academy, trying to counter this timeout that we just saw from Albert V3. You've got to imagine with 4 sheriffs and a Bucky in hand, it's probably not going to be this round that they call the timeout for. Q though gets one, and maybe this lure here from Ramen. The fast play into mid. You usually call timeouts for some execute on your buy round, but this could be just what Albert V3 needed. Some confidence going their way, some kills as well to up that money. The plant though does come through from Glorp Academy. 3 versus 2 now.
What? That's the new Kuronami knife, the silhouette of it. I mean, it's again, like you
Sure,
mentioned,
maybe a little bit broken.
3v2 here. Coming in from the flank now, being watched for though by Viper Gerald. Ramen is good for the trade, brings it down to the 1v2, and Neon's tagged down low. He's able to isolate the fight onto Harbor Gerald now. Right around the corner is going to be Neon Gerald just with 40 HP, one shot with that Vandal, but nevertheless, the time is running out. You have to either choose to stick that spike or go for that fight, and it is going to be that round win for Glorp Academy as they get 4 on the board.
And that's the pseudo ace, the Gerald ace that we just got from Glorp Academy again. If you didn't know what we were talking about at the end of the previous map, there it is, because there are 4 players named Gerald on the side of Glorp. Glorp Academy, actually. There is an actual team named Glorp. Because there are 4 players named Gerald, the observing overlay Spectra treats them all as the exact same entity. So we get a collective ace, Gerald ace. As long as Favron doesn't get a kill, all the others do, but Ramen opens it up. Favron has been removed, so maybe we are on for another Gerald ace. There it is. Maybe we're on for a proper ace. Never mind. That Harbor is not going to claim 5 on the round. Still could be plenty more. Glorp Academy really making their map pick shine. Trades abound. 1 versus 2. Now, Ramen made it close in the previous round with Greed, the sub. What can they find here? Spike will go down at the opposite end of the map. This is kind of nightmare territory for the defense.
Yeah, the gamble is wrong for Green now, left in a 1v2. Not too much util to work with for the attack save for that overdrive. I don't think you really want to be investing that unless necessary. So it just has to kind of be gunplay here for Green. Do have quite a bit of utility to work with. The Cove gonna come out to just block off that main angle. They know exactly where he will be coming from. It's Greed for the 1. Isolates that fight, but still time is running low now. And it's just Gerald, Viper Gerald, right around the corner. Has to stick the spike to Hal, but again, it's going to be a collective Gerald ace on the board as Glorp Academy find themselves on 5.
The Gerald ace has to be. Honestly, you know, okay. For our viewers, I will let you in on a little secret, and maybe some people here in the production channel are rolling their eyes. We were having a quite heated discussion before this game started about whether it is ethical or not to name all your players the exact same thing, and how as a caster especially, it's not nice. And if the Glorp Academy players, if you are watching this VOD, and as I always call out players, if you are watching the VOD after the fact, please do know that you are making our lives harder, and we do not appreciate this. We do appreciate those good kills, though, coming out from Gerald Neon. I'm gonna try to make my point and cast the round at the same time. Raw men with a fadeaway headshot. 4-on-4 now on the retake from Albert V3. Could be a 3-on-4, but for which side? So but Gerald is going to stay hidden for the moment, tucked away. Could have the backstab on not one, but two players from Glorp Academy. There's one from Q coming out from main. Flank. That's not really a flank, but there it is. A backstab from Gerald Stova. Trades, though, favor Albert V3. The defuse is going to come through the fast lane. He's there to deny some vision. And finally, Albert V3 claim the first round win for their side. And as I was saying, naming all your players exactly the same thing but one makes it very, very difficult for us casters. Please do not do that. we were having a very heated discussion regarding that, whether it should be allowed, whether we should treat Glorp Academy with basic human decency, or whether we could just outright eliminate their rights as humans. But on the other side, on the other hand, seeing a collective Gerald Ace is pretty funny, so I guess we will afford them that. Now that my rant is over, back to the game. Grimace, please take over.
Yeah, Reckoning Overdrive Love outs being used on the defense to try and gain his A space, but his Lethal finds a kill in mid instead, opening up things for Albert V3, but Gerald trades it right back. Now it's 4-4 is going to be tested over on that B site. And no, he's going to get taken down by one of the Geralds. I don't know which one. They're all Geralds at this point. We are Gerald. Green is coming in from the flank, managed to find a kill onto Viper Gerald. The trade, though, is great from Harbor Gerald as they find two with that Odin. It has to be a 1v3 now from Green. Harbor getting taken down low. And Neon Gerald will seal the deal. It's another Gerald ace on the board for Glorp Academy as they do not let that win from Albert V3 to deter them in any way, regain their momentum in the swing of things.
It's kind of killing me inside to be enjoying this collective Gerald Ace thing so much, because down, I know it's wrong. I am mad at them for not allowing me to give them proper names, and for sort of ruining the casting experience and the viewing experience for me. But we are Gerald. Like, you've got to give it to them. We are Gerald. Collective Gerald Ace is hilarious. With this push down mid, though, very, very heavy. From B all the way into A. It was from Albert V3, but it doesn't matter because 444 is just holding it down right here with their Sheriff. Not the strongest buy, not the weakest buy either. From the side of Albert, a couple of rounds. Is the lure going to be caught? Yes, it is, and that is one of the rifles down. That Phantom will need to be recovered if Albert want to do anything, but it is so deep in enemy territory that I do not see it possible. And Neon Gerald, look at that, all the way in the defender spawn. A thorn in the side of Albert V3. Albert V2 playing right after this game. Maybe they can have better luck than their, I believe, Eastern counterparts. Right now, just not a good look overall from the Albert side. Glorp Academy, just one more loss during the group stage, just one seed lower. A reminder, Albert V3, number 4 seed, 5-2 record during the regular season. Glorp Academy, seed number 5, 4-3 record. That is going to be another save from Albert. Glorp Academy really treating this map pick of theirs as their home ground, as their playground, if you will. 1-7, the Brazil is online. And Grimace, I wanted to ask you, because you said maybe the attacker side would be favored since those rotations are so long on the defense. did you expect such level of domination from Glorp Academy, especially since the first map went right down to the
Oh,
wire?
hello. um, I want to say it wasn't like really expected, but I'm not surprised. Like I didn't really expect such a dominant showing from Glorp Academy, especially on his attacking half. But given how I feel attackers sided a map like Breeze and with the long rotations, it's not a huge surprise that Glorp Academy are just able to make things work in their favor. I think a lot of times what they've been doing is not really going for too many defaults, not favoring the kind of slower playstyle. Instead, they use the Neon to its full potential as well as the Phoenix with the run it back and just take the site over and over and over again. And for Albert V3, you just have two players on that site itself. It's so hard to defend against the amount of firepower that's just running your way, as we see right now that Silver Dot is just gonna scan them out, and Thavron even picks up a kill onto Lethal.
And this is unraveling in real time, or is it? For Albert V3, the traits go back and forth, and that is just it. The dominant are falling. They can't seem to buy a kill. Not even that onto Thavron. The judge is not good enough. 1-8. I mean, we're not going to have 13-0 club. We made sure of that a few rounds ago. But still, this does not feel at all like what we saw in the first map. We already had a timeout call from Albert after I believe it was losing, what, 3 rounds? The first 3 rounds of the half, actually. And they haven't called a timeout since. I think this would be the perfect time to do it again, but because you just might not have the chance to do so in the next half. I mean, you end it right here, like this. Boy, you could go down 11-1. You lose the pistol, and you're basically on match point. You have no chance to call your offensive timeout. So really, Albert, I think they should be considering maybe that second timeout call right here.
Yeah, I mean, especially since after this, I don't think they will have the economy to buy up. There's gonna be that reckoning to come in for the attack, but 444 through that smoke will be able to find a headshot kill. Neon Gerald taken down low will get that kill for Q, make that 2 now. They try to push on forward to try and stop this Plant from coming in. Good for 3, good for the 4th as well. And it's Albert V3 who are able to put themselves a second round on the board off the back of a flawless.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, it's good. You love to see it, but it's hero plays. It's this 4K from Q. If your Neon doesn't pop off, you're dead in the water. Yes, you do get the overdrive off of the back of that 4K plus the defuse, which is absolutely fantastic. They take a look at the scoreboard. You've got Ramen on 11. You've got Q on 11. Rest of the team, 5 kills from 444, 2 kills from Greed, 2 kills from Lethal. It is simply not good from Albert. They need to win these next 2 rounds. Go into halftime 4-8. It's still not a good scoreline, but it's better than what they've been looking like. And there it is, the opener from Q onto Neon Gerald. Absolutely alone was that entry from Glorp Academy. That is also not good from Glorp Academy. I'll call them out on both sides. I don't know what the plan was right there. Maybe try to get some of that bait going on the B side, so this A side would be empty, but they are not going onto the A side either. So really questionable choices right here from Glorp Academy.
Yeah, just sending Neon Gerald straight and sliding into the DMs of Albert V3. It's Q who has the number, just hiding in the corner. 444 wants to bring the numbers even more so in their advantage, but kept in check by Thavron. They try to find a bit more space towards mid. It's Q and Ramen, the dynamic duo of the double duelist, striking once again as Greed closes out the round. Albert V3 finds themselves on 3.
And I'm very, very interested in why the Odin was not picked up by Albert. Maybe they just don't have a game plan surrounding it. You've got to imagine they played it on Ascent. They know how strong of a weapon it can be. Maybe the plan was to go for the double up here. It would seem Ramen and Greed sporting operators on both sides of the map, as well as rifles as backup plans. This is absolutely fantastic. I just wish they could do it when they weren't down by 5 rounds, trying to make the difference slightly smaller. Now they've lost Q, they've lost their star duelist, who has been, I don't want to say carrying them through the last few rounds, but yeah, kind of carrying them. The plant is going to come through oh so fast. Hunter's Fury is out, but cannot deny. It does stall for a second, and it does get a tag towards the tail end of it with that third blast. Now on the site, our Glorp Academy with that Odin in play. Full rifle saw from Albert V3 trying to lay down the Viper Spit, but taken down one by one. Ramen takes down 2. One of them, though, was the running back. Only 5 HP remaining for this Jet on the clutch. Not going to happen. 3-9 the scoreline at the half. Will there be a curse? With the way Glorp Academy are playing, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, this is a very strong showing from Glorp Academy. Despite dropping a couple of rounds towards the tail end there, they managed to close it out pretty solidly with just losing out on 2 members or 1 member, I believe, on their team. But yeah, I don't think if you're 444, you want to go jumping straight into a harbor cove with your Viper's Pit like armed like that, because you don't really have a lot of information to work with. You don't know where the players of Glorp Academy would want to be playing at, and it's clearly not expecting Howard Gerald to just be in the smoke with a Shorty or an Odin or something. But yeah, it is going to be the side swap now coming in for both these teams, as Albert V3 now have that chance to set the pace, but Neon Gerald wants to get ahead of things, finds that headshot onto Lethal. That's gonna be first kill going the way of Glorp Academy now, as the rest of the players on Albert V3 have to find whatever they can. Trade's coming back and forth now. The spike again dropped in mid. It's able to be retrieved, but look at the health on these players. Ramen's tagged down so low. Any stray bullet, any breeze would do him in even. And there's still Viper Gerald playing around at side. Both players actually super low in this scenario, as Viper Gerald picks up the kill. Now down to that 1v3 for 444. Does have a sheriff in hand. Perhaps could find a kill or 2. And these 2 are going to go back to back now. Not expecting this jump up to come in. No, it is going to be Sova Gerald who finds the kill instead. And that's going to be double digits on the board for Glorp Academy.
Well, the simultaneous jump up was just funny, even if it ends up being so Gerald that claims the kill. Yeah, I mean, it's ugly to say it, but I'm just gonna call it as I see it. I think Albert V3, they're broken. Glorp Academy, they were able to weather the storm that was Ascent, the first map, and they're just cruising their way to a 2-0. Once again, the same thing that happened the final week of the regular season. Albert V3, they were 5-1. They were looking to have one of the best records of the entire league, one of the best record, maybe possibly in their team, in their group, as a whole. And then they drop it to Glorp Academy, and they seemingly just lose it against them. It's I don't know if it's a mental thing or what, but they just can't seem to get it done. They're not able to get it done here either. Yes, there are some kills found here, some sheriffs. You know, it's not the strongest weapons either for the side of the defense from Glorp Academy, but just, I don't know, 10-3. I mean, you'd expect this to be 11-3. Maybe if it goes up to 11-4, 11-5, then you close it out in a couple of rounds, I guess. 13-5 is not a good scoreline, no matter how you want to look at it. And you know, Albert V3, they're going to need to do some soul searching in the lower bracket. That's a good thing for them. They do have still another chance in the lower bracket. Maybe they could face Glorb Academy again in the future. They're actually going to call another time here, just as predicted in the first half, because I mean they need the miracle that we were talking about before.
Yeah, but the question is, would it be too little, too late at this point? Because this Globe Academy now just one round away from achieving that series point, 2 rounds away from closing things out on a map like Breeze. Perhaps Albert V3, they have the chance to win out on this buy with the longer range weapons, right? But from then, if Glorb Academy are able to buy back up, what then, right? Because you still have so many rounds ahead of you to even out the score here. It's an 8 round deficit between both these teams, and Albert V3, they have to just try and come up with some sort of game plan around this double controller come, because it's not been working out the best for them so far on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they are playing with a sub. I am going to give them that sort of saving grace greed. Um, I don't like to single out individual players, but clearly not playing up to the standard maybe that Albert V3 are used to. The entry comes here very, very heavy, very, very fast onto the side. Aren't the players finally going to meet each other? The frenzy kill from Gerald, and that's what I'm talking about. It seems that Glorb Academy can do no wrong, even in the, I don't know if it was, what, Phantom or Vandal versus a Frenzy.
Oh, no.
You shouldn't
no.
be winning those fights, and now the judge comes in from the flank from Neon Gerald. Just absolutely smoking the competition, was the MVP in map 1. I would not be surprised if that were the case again in map 2, and that is just Gerald trouncing over and over and over again. I believe that might be another Gerald ace. There we go.
Let's go, Gerald ace again. We are Gerald as Glorp Academy win out on their bonus, which with a huge round from Neon Gerald coming in from the flank. That's a really, really fast flank from Glorp Academy as well. Albert V3 clearly not expecting it at all, and it's a great relay bolt to just isolate the fight onto Greed. So now it's Albert V3 have to go 9 rounds even to bring us into that overtime, and with this buy that they have, things are looking dire for them here on Breeze.
Neon Gerald has almost 20 kills in 15 rounds. They're gonna go fast here with the run it back. The crossfire though is good. Ramen claims, I'm gonna say 1.5 kills, because the Phoenix is technically still alive. 4 versus 4 here. Ultimate's close to being found. Lethal just one way from the Hunter's Fury. Ramen is going to take down Phoenix for real. Now trades going back and forth. Ramen on the 3K. Still the chance for a real ace. Could these be the first 5 kills from a singular player that we see all series long? Albert V3 seemingly buying themselves one more life. Gerald Viper with everything to do it here. Not sure how realistic it is.
Oh, I think Ramen was spotted out as well. It's a headshot, still 2 players ahead though, but if it's anyone to do it, it will be Viper Gerald. 444 forced out of that angle, but saved by Lethal. That saving grace for Albert V3 to give them a lifeline into this game, into this series. We go again to the next round here.
That was way closer than it should have been. I mean, Ramen completely caught off guard, looking the totally wrong way. They've got that snake bite really good to flush out the position from the defender. Finally, Lethal has to step in and say, hey, let's not, get a bit too silly. This is match point. The problem is that the defense still, you see, has the Odin, has the Outlaw, has all the tools online. Q, though, gonna be good for it. The judge, we've seen such a deadly weapon in the hands of these neons, but what a snap with the outlaw. Duelist on duelist violence. It continues elsewhere in the map as Gerald Sova takes down Triple Four. Numbers advantage for Lorp Academy, but they do have get this defuse as well. That's the one advantage in the hands of Albert V3, but the kills are simply not going their way. Lethal once again has to be the one in the clutch, and Nakova is there to deny Glorp Academy, Gerald Academy, if you will. 13-4 will claim victory. Well earned, well deserved in 2 games, 2-0. Once again, having the number seemingly of third division of Albert.
Yeah, it's a dominant showing from Glorp Academy on the map of Breeze, their own map pick. They came in looking like they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they were just able to take it all the way, even winning out on both of their bonus rounds on this map. So it's pretty much a 3-round lead for them, whichever half you wanted them to start on. And again, dominant showing from them, different from what we saw on Ascent, which went into so many rounds of overtime there. But yeah, they're going to be able to win things out in a 2-0 fashion. Is the same as the story, the script from the last time around, closing things out here on this map of Breeze with a very, very strong showing. I believe the last time they played, it was also a 13-4 on the second map, so you can see how much resilience they have, even though the first map did go into overtime, into a very drawn out match, but they still have not fallen off in terms of aim, in terms of the game sense that they have.
It was actually the opposite. It was 13-4 in the first map, 13-10, I believe, in the second map last time around that they played. But still, proving their point, they move on to the next round of the playoffs with a very convincing performance. I think it's fair to say that no player was off. We always got 20 kills, quite impressive, from Ramen with that almost ace a few rounds from the end. But at the end of the day, you take a look at that, it's double digits positive from every single person on the side of Glorp Academy. On the side of Valkyrie 3, things are just not looking pretty. I didn't even need a high headshot percentage. If you're a Neon, you can just go for body shots with those shotguns. Those judges really came out to play. You can see the stats right there. I mean, what can you say? It's just domination everywhere from Glorp Academy. It feels like 13-4 is overselling what Albert V3 did. They were totally outclassed in this in the second map. Just a shadow of themselves from what we saw in the first map. I have no doubt that they are going to have a long talk, a long think, to see how they approach the rest of the playoffs, because they are going to be on their last life. They're going to be in losers round 1 next time. You take a look at that. Even they get more opening kills than Glorp Academy and still lose by so much. That is just not a good look for you. I mean, I would ask you, Gremis, what they have to clean up, but I fear the answer would be everything.
Yeah, for this map of Breeze, it definitely did not look good for them. Despite them winning out on those opening duels, they weren't really able to convert on those 5v4s, convert on those number advantage situations that they had. And Glorp Academy, even though they were down numbers, you still had players that were able to step up time and time again to just get those multi-kills and clutch things up for the team. And yeah, it just looks pretty rough for Albert V3 as a whole on this map, but nevertheless, they will be getting another chance in that lower bracket itself, so they're not out of it just yet. Glorp Academy, though, they will be advancing further into the bracket itself, so this is sitting pretty strong now in the upper bracket.
Well, that is going to be them progressing. Like we said, they will play the winner of Five Guys versus Kurukshetra, which is being played off stream. Of course, we are going to have our little MVP for this series, and I do believe that it is only fair to give that to Gerald. Of course, it has to go to a Gerald, but it's going to be Neon Gerald in this case. And I do believe we have Mr. Clean here in the voice call with us. Gerald Neon, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm not Mr. Clean, I'm Gerald. Alright, let's just get that cleared up.
You're Gerald.
We are
okay,
all Gerald at this point.
Yeah.
Could we ask why? Is there a reason behind it? What was the logic? Where did all this come from?
Oh, well, my name's Gerald.
All right. Oh well, congratulations on your victory. How does it feel? How are you doing? Yeah. What was that series like overall? Going to so many overtimes, especially in map one, then kind of cruising through map two. What was the sort of emotional state throughout the series? Was it? I don't know. Tell me about it.
Uh, um, it started off with a big argument between all the Geralds. Every Gerald hated each other. And then another Gerald came in. And this Gerald said, we have a game in 5 minutes. And apparently 2 of the Geralds forgot. And one of the Gerald was slightly drunk. I'm not gonna say which Gerald. It was the Harbor. Yeah. Good emotions.
All right. Grammys, do you have any questions to follow up?
Is the rest of your team named Gerald as well? Is that why they call it Gerald in game?
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course, everyone is Gerald at this point. But I mean, okay, in all seriousness.
Well, that's not Gerald. That's not Gerald, obviously.
Yeah. Has to be that, bro.
Of course not. Of course not. So yeah, I guess my question for you moving forward would be or I guess generally surrounding these playoffs. Did you expect this first round win? And what are your expectations moving forward? Because you guys beat this same Albert V3 team just a couple weeks ago, final match of the regular season. Did you expect to do it again today? And, what are the expectations for the rest of the playoffs? Are you just going to go all the way? Is this Gerald magic? Are we hopping on the Gerald train?
I don't know. We're in the process of getting that legal name rechanged to Gerald. I think that's the only way we could win. We did expect to win this game, but until his legal name is Gerald, like all of us, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Well, you heard it from Neon Gerald themselves. Thank you so much for stopping by for this MVP interview. Enjoy your dub. Go back to your bunch of Geralds and Fab, of course. Tell them it was a very good job from each and every one of them. Very entertaining, for sure. But also, please, for the future, for the sake of us casters, let's try to go with non-common names. Though the Gerald Ace was pretty funny. Grimace, I want to go back to you real quick before we move over into our next match for today. What are your, I guess, overall thoughts on this series? Let's sum it up real quick. What is one takeaway, I guess, from you?
I mean, the biggest takeaway today that I've learned is that we are all Gerald and we love the Gerald Ace. And I would say the first map, perhaps it was more of like, Ascend is a bit of a newer map coming back in the map pool. So perhaps the teams aren't too comfortable on it just as of yet because it did come back like a few days ago, less than a week ago, right? But that I think that could have been why it went the way it did into overtime, perhaps the teams weren't really comfortable with it just as of yet. But I mean, on a map like Breeze, where it's been around in the map pool for quite some time now, you can see that Globe Academy definitely they just know what it is they want to do, right? They just know that they can win out on those gunfights with that insane amount of firepower that they have, just running onto the sites and just trading each other out, and that most often than not gives them the numbers advantage situation that they're able to close out.
Yeah, indeed. Just overall solid fundamentals. I'd say from Glorp Academy, from Gerald Academy. I think we can confidently call them. I don't know how the parent team of Glorp will react to those news. Maybe there will be a bit of a schism in between the organization. Is it a Gerald? Is it a Glorp thing? We'll have to see which G prevails at the end of that battle. But for now, that is going to be it from us. We will leave you with a new set of casters. We've got Albert V2 against Infinite Zero coming right up. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the first series of the day. We will bring you some more action, or I guess some other cooler people, arguably, will bring you some more action right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, how is it going, Empress? Welcome back to the Empress playoffs. Today, we have Albert V2 versus Infinite Zero, and we are coming off an absolute banger of a last game from Albert V3 in Glorp Academy. We saw a little 1917 type of thing going on here. I am Freenam, and I am here with Blitz, but I will be solo casting for just a little bit while he gets his mic figured out. I'm sure it won't be too long. But yeah, let's take a look at some of these map bans here. I'm seeing that Infinite Zero, or I'm saying Albert V2 takes Split for map 1, while Infinite Zero chooses Attack for that one. I also see Breeze from Infinite Zero as their map pick, and Albert V2 will be starting on Attack for that map there. And then finally, we have Lotus, which is the decider, and Albert V2 will be picking defense for that. So that is going to be very exciting. And a quick overview of the players on either of these teams. We have Zvox on Albert V2, as well as Asterix, Turtoist, Chronic, and Trash. If I were you, I would keep my eye on Zvox. He has been very good for this team. He's averaging 1.28 KD. This guy is absolutely no joke, as well as a 262 average combat score. On the side of Infinite Zero, as I pull it up here, owned by I'm Sad Vibes, it is Choso, V2, Juicy Dumpling, NXS Zion, Livin' Maddie Fan, and You Should Run. And as you can see, they've already started picking a lot of these players here. So we're looking at, for the side of Albert V2, on the defensive side of Split to start. They're actually going to run that Viper comp, and so will Infinite Zero, and I'm actually very excited to see how they use that. We might see a little bit of a slower game, a little bit of that Fnatic type of gameplay coming in here. And I'm also really interested to see on the side of Infinite Zero, they are taking Sky for Zion. That's going to be very exciting. We know that Sky was recently changed to be able to have her flashes refreshed after 60 seconds. So she has become more useful in terms of gathering intel, and I'm wondering how Infinite Zero is going to choose to play around that. On the other side, for Albert V2, they've chosen the double dog by running that fade. And it should be very cool to see. We always love to see a good little fade, a good little raise gameplay. Works great on ramps to be able to start off your rounds, especially on defense, to be able to have that early damage. That should be very cool. And they've decided to run the double duelist, putting Zvox on Neon. So that should be very cool as well. They are not playing Sentinel, though, so we're going to have to see how they decide to play that defensive side. They could go very aggressive. They could decide to just play full retake. We'll just have to see for Albert V2. On the side of Infinite Zero, they have just put Chose off on Neon, and they've opted for the Vice pick right there. So that should be very interesting. There's not going to be like a trip. I'm wondering if they're going to use that wall like one, or if they're going to use it for their post plant for the side of Infinite Zero. This is the first week of playoffs, so whoever wins this game will ascend to play whoever wins the game of Raisin Glam versus Glorp. And here we are. We've already hopped right into the game. And as we can see here, it looks like we're opting for a little bit of maybe a default, a mid-split type of thing for Infinite Zero. And as we can see, we throw the poison orb here, and we're going to be getting right into it. We have, starting off is Zvox getting a nice little kill onto You Should Run, but these players on Infinite Zero have already creeped up pretty far on this mid space here. Wondering where they're going to fight into Chosoff. Close on Chronic. Is he going to get the swing? Yes, he will, but Chronic good on ahead. Gets the second onto Rin. Bringing it down to a 5v2 here. Just Kexo and Zion with pistols. Low is Kexo. Zion will get 2, though. Bringing the numbers a little bit further in their favor. And now they've got this one guy on site. It's just Asterix. He's got his paranoia. He's gonna just hide away. He'll get that one, and he still has his paranoia. He knows he's got 3 players left coming back to him. The pressure is on Infinite Zero to be able to get this plant down, but Zion not ready to give up yet. 28 HP, 5 in the chamber. And these players on Albert V2 are patient. Not ready to give anything up yet, and it's Curse who'll get the final kill. On to Zion there. So, a good start for Albert V2. They're going to be able to get that pistol. And overall, just, you know, a clean round from them. We saw a little bit of heroics from Zion coming in. And I did like the mid play that they tried to pull off. It was just some great kills. You know, Zvox getting that first one. And now the money's going to be in favor of Albert. So we'll have to see what they do there. Right. And it's just slow from Infinite Zero. Not trying to do anything too crazy just yet. Looks like maybe we have Zvox so close to that A main choke, and they're just really not giving anything up. They know they have the gun advantage. They know that they don't really have to fight into anything here. And if anything, the group up is Infinite Zero towards that B side. Oh, this judge is going to do work on that low buy. You Should Run will go down first, and off of that, Infinite Zero decides it's time to push. So now going out on the site, Zion will find Asterix on site, so they'll make it at least a 4v4. They might be able to pick up that gun if possible. That nade is going to do great damage. And here's the Spectre for Chosoff. He's low, though. He's going to have to play this well. The planter will go down, but he'll get the trade onto it. Yep, it's just going to be a clean buy round, only really losing 2 weapons for Albert V2 there. Very well done for them, as they should, taking that round, and they'll actually carry 2 judges into it, and a Spectre as well. And Infinite Zero, hopefully they'll have the money to be able to buy into this one, so we'll see if that makes them change up their attack plan or not, knowing that they have the better weaponry here. And it looks like they'll opt for maybe of something like a fake. They have 2 players towards this A side. I'm not sure if they're going to choose to make noise or anything like that, or get the lurk. They do throw that common Viper lurk wall, and it's just gonna actually be quick coming out towards B here from Infinite Zero. Not ready to commit to anything just yet. It's Chosoff actually in there with a Bucky. And if you're Albert V2, you don't really want to push into that yet. The presence has been made, though. And it's actually Kexo who will get a kill over towards mid from Infinite Zero. And that's going to open up a lot of avenues for them. They don't really have any grips on mid. Turtoist falling. You Should Run to the hands of Turtoist on that judge once again. And they'll even it up. It's still 4v4, but Infinite Zero has actually found their way onto A. Rin is deep in this site. And if they're not careful, Albert V2 is going to get backstabbed from screens here. Zvox just barely getting out of there in time, but Kexo with a second. And he's going to put so much pressure. Well, not if he's dead to Curse. So it's Zion who will get this plant down. Rin, there it is. Finally getting the value off of that lurk through screens. And they've got Albert V2 completely cornered. Chosoff will find Curse, and it's just Zvox all alone in heaven. He's got a Vandal, the star for this team, and he'll find one on Rin. So they'll know where he's at, running towards that direction, but can he fight 2 from 2 different directions? He's gonna find the one in heaven. It's gonna hurt. He's 51. Sliding onto sight, but not too hard for Zion to hit the shot. Infinite Zero gets themselves onto the board. And that'll be 2-1 favor of Albert. And with that, we'll actually see the ult come online for Zion here. So they do have the Nightfall, but I wonder how they'll choose to use it. They have been putting the bomb in the hands of Zion each one of these rounds, and it's been mostly facing towards B. Just not quite sure yet of what they're going to get off of that. And yeah, look, they've dropped the bomb. They're not ready to go into that. And we'll actually see a little TP play coming out here from Asterix. A little bit of a trap if they decide to go through here. Turtoist. He's got the bait, but they're not going to clear him. Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting. Zion, you're not going to be able to get out of there. Asterix and Zion work together for 2, and Chronic finds Kexo in mid. It's all falling apart for Infinite Zero. And Albert V2, they've got full control of this. They know where the bomb is. Rin finds Curse and ramps, but how much more is it going to be able to do? There's 4 in mid. You Should Run has to do it all if he's going to want any chance at this bomb, and knowing where Z-Fox is just not good enough to hit the shot. Now Rin all alone. 1 versus 4. Creeping up with his Phantom. It might just be worth it for him to save this gun here, but it looks like that's not his game plan. Chronix is holding it too. Yep. Chronix with a headshot, and that'll bring Albert up 1 more round. And Albert is actually looking in a really good position here. A lot of these ults are really close to being able to come online for the side of Albert V2. We see Z-Box is 2 off, Turtoist is 1 off, Chronic is 3 off, and then Curse and Asterix both 2 off in their own rights. And because of how hard Infinite Zero has been struck down here, I mean, this could be a pretty broken buy for them. I'm seeing a Stinger, a Bucky for Chosoff, although he might be willingly running that, and then 3 rifles as well. And once again, they're just making heavy presence onto that B side while having 2 lurk towards A, and it's a trap 2 here too. We see 4 players here from Albert V2 trying to overwhelm Infinite Zero, and it'll be Z-Box against Ketso and Chronic finding Rin. So once again, finding themselves in a 1v3 of Infinite Zero, but they know this is the weak side, so they think they can get this plant down. Even popping that Nightfall as well into the 1 player, so they will get bombed down. Time is in their favor. You Should Run in such a critical position here, but it's going to get clear, just not looking at the right angle, and now in a 2 versus 5. Infinite Zero just, oh, nothing is going their way. Zion with a Stinger, oh no. And even off of the rough buy, Infinite Zero is going to fall to the hands of Albert once again. They'll find Turtoist, but once again, I'm looking at this. Now they have Chronic's ult online. Now they have Z-Box and Turtoist as well. It's going to be very hard for Infinite Zero to get back into this if they think that they can buy it here. And I'm still just seeing weird guns. Because Albert V2 can really cycle what they have. I mean, Chosoff, I'm assuming that he will pop his Neon ult here, his Overdrive, but I mean, other than that, it's just really rough for them. And they've changed up their plan. They're gonna try for something A, and Albert has actually decided to run 4 men in mid, thinking that they'll predict something here, but it really does not look like they have. But the problem is Albert going to flank off of that? Just slow is Infinite Zero, working up towards ramps, and it looks like they might meet Asterix and Turtoist. They're in vents. Joining them is Chronic. So even though they're sliding through into heaven here, they do have full heaven control, but they're surrounded once again. Z-Box has found himself all the way behind. Okay, Kexo will get the first. If he decides to go for that Phantom, that'll be another gun in their favor, and he will. It seems like Albert's position has been sniffed out. A lot of these Infinite Zero players just trying to hold. Well, I must have spoken too soon because they've taken their glances away from that space. Chosoff not going to be able to get value out of his Overdrive, and Turtles will be the first to find win. You Should Run, not looking in the right direction. Bring it down to a 4 versus 3, and there comes that Razor. Just not going to get that much value, and pistols are not the right weapon to be able to get it in here, but it's Kexo with 3. The hero with the Phantom, and now Curse is all alone. It's been completely flipped on him. He has a little bit of info with that Fade Haunt, but time is not working for him, and he's blind. It's Zion with the Stinger. Infinite Zero pulling a nice thrifty round out of that. And Albert V2 had just about everything going for them. They had them fully surrounded. It was just Kexo at the right moment being able to get those kills and taking down the players of Albert. So it's not too bad, though. They still do have 4 ults in their favor, and Rin himself has actually found himself the Steel Garden, so we'll see if he is able to use that this round. Choso opting for the Bucky once again, or Chosoff, and just going back to the play they were working at before, trying to make presence towards this B side, but mid is going to be a lot harder to work through if Chronic has his ult up here. And You Should Run's just not ready to work into that. Chosoff? Uh-oh. Is the left-hand player model going to... Oh. Oh, no. Okay, so a hand is spotted out. But, Chosoff, yeah, not looking to fight that. Just barely getting out of there with the skin of his teeth. And it looks like Kexo actually fell while I wasn't paying attention in a main there. So, even in Zero, just losing more options once again. And the problem is this Viper space is just going to be so oppressive in mid. And even in Zero is feeling that. They know that they have to work towards something else. And they might just throw away Chosoff's body here. Oh. Not the stun you think you wanted to throw, and Asterix will quickly take out Chosoff there. You should run the Finding Curse, so now they're going to be able to get onto this A site, but can Asterix go crazy? No, he can't. It's Rin that takes him out, so the bomb will go down. It's a 3 versus 3. All 3 players on site. 2 in screen, and it's going to be Zvox throwing his wall, trying to make sure he's not fighting anything from mid, and that Steel Guard is going to do a lot. If they're not going to be able to fight it, but it's not. It's Zvox with his overdrive. Zvox gets 1. Zvox gets a 2nd. Zvox with 3. The hero for his team, and he's going to bring his team up to 5. None can stand against when he's got that neon off. Yeah, show off that Kuronami V2. Well done for the side of Albert. And what could have been such a good round for Infinite Zero, they had everything working for them. They even popped the Vice ult to try to stop Albert V2 from being able to get that retake, but man, it's not going to take out that overdrive, and it's the overdrive that gets 3 for Zvox. Very well played. And now Infinite Zero, they still have one more buy into this, but if they don't get this, it's going to start to run away from them. 4 players stacked up towards A, and actually Rin, if he's not careful, he's going to be able to face 4 here. It's just Curse on this site, and he's just going to get out of there. And Rin with 2 in mid. Rin with 3. Asterix putting an end to that terror, but barely escaping with 5 HP. And I don't even know if they needed to pop that Viper's Pit. Kexo gets Curse, and Kexo gets Asterix. Oh my goodness, Rin. How are you going to fight a 1v4 and get 3 there? Very well done. Infinite Zero, knowing that they still have this game just a little bit closer. Just 2 rounds of a deficit here for them. And we'll actually see that Albert... No, they'll move Chronic, but they're actually going to stack 4 up here. They've really loved to face this 4 stack. And it's gotten some value. Last round was an outlier. But Infinite Zero is just not going to be there, so... And plus, on top of that, they really don't have the weaponry for this either. And getting spammed out is Chronic. I mean, oh my goodness, you gotta get out of there, my friend. And he does. Don't know how he pulled that one off. Barely with his sheriff, but bomb is coming down for Infinite Zero now. all of these players are going to be towards site. It's not planted for main, so all of these players are going to have a tough time trying to play main here. Zion finds Z-Box flying around, but Chronic with one, Chronic with a second, but Showstop will find Asterisk, and with a Buggy, a double satchel, but it's not going to be able to get the value he's looking for. Chronic with a third, but a third is all he's going to get, doing everything he could there, and it's just Houston Run and Kexo surviving that one, and now, there it is. Now Infinite Zero, once down 3 rounds, has brought it up to just 1. The strategies have been good for Infinite Zero. And both these teams still have 2 timeouts. So if they want to, they can choose to try to take a pause and switch things up. But not quite yet. Again, another 5-man rush is what Infinite Zero is going to be at least showing here. And they've actually thrown a different wall. They've thrown the wall in order to save themselves a couple smokes into that heaven spot. Just ignoring... Oh, Jozon slipped by. Okay, well, Z-Box is not going to let anything crazy happen there. And Turtles will also find Yushin Run. Oh, no! Kexo just not looking the right way. Zion finally killing Turtles there, but it's just Zion all alone. Bomb is down, but he has to face this 1v4. And Zion, the last time he was in 1v4, he was able to get many, and he gets 3 now. 1 versus 2, and they don't know. No, they do. Whew. That was too close for Albert, but Albert will find one more. Good to be able to hold there, and they've kind of moved up their ult economy once again, so money will be good for both sides here, and it's actually going to be a timeout called here. It is on the side of Infinite Zero. There is only 2 rounds left in this app, so I'm wondering what they're going to try and decide to pull off here. They've had a lot of good ideas with the 4-stack in the beginning. Like, that split kind of presence wasn't the greatest for them. Albert V2 was able to shut it down very quickly. And we also saw Albert V2 show a lot of those 4-stacks where they're trying to fight and get themselves into a numbers advantage. Obviously, we saw that one round with Rin. Just a very nice job from him. But Infinite Zero may be looking to at least try to close this up to 6 rounds. 4 is not bad for attack if you're the side of Infinite Zero, so you're probably pretty happy with what you have already. They also do have the Vise, so that's going to feel very good on defense. But I'm sure Albert V2 already planned for that. That's probably why they decided to run the double duelist with Tortoise and Raze. Oh, we got a little smiley face for Blitz.
The little smiley face to mark myself.
Very, very cool. Blitz, are you in the stream now?
I should be, yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Oh my god, that was a lot of technical difficulties.
Yes, it has been, but it's been a good game so far. Very close, Blitz. Very close.
Really, I could see that's a 6-4 game so far. It's very interesting for the game of Albert right now.
Yeah,
especially
Albert
after the last map, the last game for V3.
Yeah, yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it's only got to be heartbreak if you're the side of Glorp. I mean, if you're the side of Albert, right? You know, you fight for how many rounds is that? Like 30 something, and then just to fall to Glorp, and then the rough second map as well. But this is the game. This is the second series, so.
Very interesting. The Raze rocket incoming. Do we hit it? We don't hit a single person. Oh, if he shot it literally just a little bit later, he would have killed the Omen. He would have killed Kexo.
Yeah, sometimes that ult can feel very, very cosmic. No!
Oh.
Okay, you should run feeling himself.
Bucks.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Oh!
Whoa!
Curse!
Curse!
The lone side anchor!
What an anchor from Curse.
How does he find all 3 of these guys?
That I think that makes them win this last round and a half as well. Just that play alone, just that anchor. It's just ruined every single one of Infinite Zero.
Yeah, Blitz, and now even in Zero's just gonna be on that low buy. They do have 3 ults. Chosov does have his Neon ult. We do see the Steel Garden once again, and the Nightfall. But it's going to be Curse again.
Ooh, Choso down. But the spam getting Curse. Looks like they're all playing towards Ram. Chronic doesn't get one. Ren gets him back. Zion picking up the Vandal here.
I think we're seeing a pivot here.
Yeah, we're seeing
They're actually going to
pivot.
go towards this B site, but I think Albert's ahead of it. They put Tortoise here already.
Tortoise didn't even get one. No, he cannot!
Last player standing.
It's now a 1v4 situation for Asterix. Can they clutch up? And he cannot.
Yeah, sometimes when you're falling out of those smokes there, it's just going to be really hard to be able to get out of that. There's a couple of strategies, but when you're being held so hard, I mean, it's just going to be very difficult to dig yourself out of that situation. Well, Blitz, it's finally nice to have you here. We found ourselves in a 7-5 half. What do you think Infinite Zero's got to switch up here so that they can get this defense? Blitz, are you there?
What? Hello?
Oh, well, guess I'm getting the cold shoulder today.
Oh, sorry. I was focusing on something on production. what were you saying?
No worries. No, I was just asking what you think they should do, but it's all good. The round's up, and it's actually going to be a 5-man from Albert straight into this A site here. Chronicle finds Zion.
Zion immediately down. I think that was a right click as well.
Oh,
Chronic picked off by Kexo. Oh, Zvox also down by Choso. Let's see, it looks like they're making. Oh my god, this is insane toast. What a retake. What is this knife fight?
whoa.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, we got a little bit of shenanigans. It's going to be Kexo to get the first round for his team.
That was a very interesting moment that happened in Elbow there. It looks like Choso's buying the Outlaw here. It's a very good play, especially since none of them are going to be buying any type of shields. Except for Curse, he's buying Light, but it's not going to save him from this Outlaw.
Yeah, and the only thing that the side of Albert is buying into this is the Bucky for Zvox, it looks like. And yeah, Zion just getting spams through spokes. Ooh, whoa, the ghost might do work here, and it does. Asterix finally taking out Kexo. Asterix cannot hear us. And it's going to be finally him, despite getting taken out, just not enough for them to win this one out. So, Infinite Zero finds their second, and they'll actually bring this back to be able to be a tie score.
Now we're finally having a bye round from Team Albert, so let's see if they can actually try to bring this back from so far kind of disrupting second half. Looks like Kexo is buying up as well, having the hero rifle to kind of play around this round.
Yeah, he's the guy, man. If you want anyone to have the rifle, it's gonna be him. And full.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Zvox
Zion to the
almost
rescue.
Picked off Kexo.
But they've slowed things down. Albert V2 trying to work the mid.
but Turtle didn't get cleared. Turtle gets 2! Can he make it a 3? Can he kill Rin?
Rin is tucked.
Oh, but Asterix just jumps down from heaven.
So now Albert feeling pretty good in their 4-player advantage. They even have Chronic. I'd be watching him to see if he's going to get much value from that mid position. He's not going to be able to find any through mid. All these players are coming through alley. And who do we have watching it? Well, now that they're...
Well, there is still one hero rifle with Kexo, but I don't think it's gonna be enough to win the round here.
Oh, what the?
Whoa!
What did Kexo see?
No, that was Turtle.
Oh, my fault.
Oh my god.
What did Turtle see?
Turtle
You're right.
gets the 3K.
Yeah, Turtle gets 4 there to be able to take his team into their first round of this half. Very well done from him. Some great kills. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong guy, Blitz. My fault.
Hey, it happens sometimes, you know. Looks like Chelsea's gonna be committing to. Oh no, you've had a Bucky changing to the Stinger. A very interesting play from him. Zvox does have a judge as well, so this could be just seeing like a heavy push of a Neon here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what
Choso's just pushing up with this Stinger.
But
Oh, but they're not
get a
clearing.
better angle than the
Oh,
judge
but
he
the
does.
Neon diff. Zvox is down. Choso's killing him with the Stinger. It's very interesting. Turtle spamming through mid. Not able to get a single hit off. Looks like we're leaning more towards a B play here.
And Infinite Zero's fine to hold this. They
Oh,
don't.
but this
need to
this
give
work from
anything up.
Chronic can do a lot right now. Looks like Chronic's too afraid to be making too much moves. Oh, the timing.
Yeah, Chosov gets out
I
of
need
it
the power,
just
but the
in
power gets
time.
stuck, not being able to clear the entirety of heaven. Only clearing male. Power sent to the vent.
But he's
Wait,
still.
Turtle's about to push up with the Raise Rocket!
Yeah, this might be overkill.
Finding Choso, getting one. I don't know if that was...
Nuclear bomb versus coughing baby on Chosov there. And now they gotta fight up into
Oh,
this heaven area, and they
Chronic!
do. You were exactly right, Blitz. It's
seeing
Chronic
is-
that gets that.
Yeah. The vulnerable and the Viper. Oh, curse. Getting another. It's 4v2 situation. Oh, but Turtle still in the vent! Takes off Zion. Rin's
Yeah.
stuck in screens. Can't do much here. They do not know where he is, though. Rin picks off Curse!
Ooh,
And Turtle.
He'll actually find himself a
Wow.
second.
Wait, there's still a chance for this.
He's still got 2 to go, though. One of them is in heaven. One of them's on site. And back screens, I mean, so little time. Well? Oh no! Asterix! With the widest swing of the century. I am so sorry, Rin. You
Bro
get
wins
4
the
there, but
round,
it's not going to
losing
be enough.
every gun in the process. They do still have the money to get it back, except for Turtle. Looks like they're gonna have to do. Turtle's gonna have to save here. But it looks like the entire team of Infinite Zero is leaning towards sheriffs and shotguns. Very interesting play. They do have this neon ult though.
Albert? They're probably just looking to face all towards this B side here. And they have to get through this Vise setup. This
Just
Vise
a
setup
duelist
is
setup.
tough to be able to fight through.
Turtle
And Rin's gonna find Turtleist.
and Zvox. This is a huge pickup from Infinite Zero. Picking off both duelists makes this a more likely scenario for Infinite Zero to win.
Looks like Tortoise has dropped a little bit of a comms into the chat there.
Choso picks off Asterisk as well. Oh, he sees both.
Whoa! Choso, where are you going?
Choso! Oh, Chronic picks off Choso. That shotgun would have been really dangerous. Chronic gets picked off, and it's Kexo to end it.
What a great round from Rin, by the way. I
What?
mean, getting 2 with the Sheriff and getting a 3rd in mid.
I like to say that Rin played a huge role in that, especially when getting rid of both duelists. And getting a lot of those guns for Infinite Zero helped them win the round, especially.
Yeah, now Albert is going to be pushed back on once again another low buy, but they're still up by 1. It's not like this game is out of their control or anything.
It looks like it's a heavy push on A. How deep is Zavox right now?
Ooh,
and they pick off Xeon.
Turtleist. Yeah, look where Rin's coming from. He's coming all the way from behind.
Oh, the Omen ult! This Omen ult came in. Oh, just killed Turtle, but it wasn't enough to get another.
If Infinite has anything going from it's their positioning. They're in many good spots, but this ult from Asterix is going to get good information, and he's actually going to stick it. But Rin
Oh, Rin.
could finish him off there. Now 2 versus 3. It's not impossible. The stun comes out, and he's flying on Chosov.
It's a 1v1.
It's
And Rin!
Rin with another clutch. And in a 2 versus 4 blitz.
This is a very close game, just like how we saw on the first playoffs match, honestly.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It looks
Now
like we're
Albert
getting a
V2.
timeout from Albert.
Yeah, that, I mean, you do not want to be losing those advantage situations where you should be getting that. Very unfortunate that the Omen gets found out through main from Rin there. I mean, that was rough on the smiley face. I love it. I love it. All right,
Very
Blitz.
funny.
Well, okay, Albert V2 looks like they need to reset a little bit. What do they need to reset?
I think they just need to find when to stop peaking, because they're just dropping numbers, even though they have like twice the amount of people they do, like Infinite Zero do. Rin having multiple clutch situations there, it's kind of crazy. They need to play together a lot more when it's just like 1 or 2 people, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can set up your easy crossfires, your easy trades. There's really no need to try and go crazy there. And a lot of, for Infinite Zero, I wouldn't even say it's just their strategy. It's a lot of really good solo plays from them too, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're getting into the next round here. It is a full buy from both sides. So this will play out pretty interesting. We do have the fade all on both sides.
Yeah, they will be facing each other, but it's just Curse. Or I'm sorry, not Curse anymore. Zion to be the one to hold down the safe side.
Doesn't seem like... Seems like they're playing back a lot more from Albert. We see Infinite Zero do see activity from mid. Looks like Choso's going to help him.
Yeah, and that must be what Albert talked about during this timeout, trying to just make some space and make some moves, but it's actually going to be Kexo to find Zvox first off.
It's a 4. It looks like they're pushing. They're going to try to use this fade all to clear out the site, but they do not know that anyone's not there, and it's just not going to hit anybody.
Asterix will actually find one in mid to even out those numbers, so he had the good lurk, and now the problem is for Infinite Zero, they have to be aware if they think there's going to be one lurking.
Oh, it looks like Kexo's on this.
Asterix
Wait,
just.
they're playing high and low on just holding
quiet.
asterisks.
But do they have the time for this? Is
Oh,
the
the
right
timing!
question. You should
Asterix
run, finish
picks
them
up
off.
also. Oh, Turtle, it's a 1v1 Chronic. Chronic wins the 1v1 for Albert. Looks like that timeout really helped them out.
Yeah, look, duel of the Vipers there at the end we got, didn't we?
Yeah.
And that's very nice, and that'll bring Chronic back up to his Viper's Pit as well, so we'll be able to see how they decide to use that for post-plant. Once they get that bomb down, it should be easy for the side of Albert V2, but how are they going to get onto this site? It looks like there's a little bit more presence towards this A side, knowing that they lost with just Zion on there. So they've given him a bit more help.
Looks
in
like both
form.
Neons here are running Judge.
I think so.
It's very interesting. Looks like they're just gonna push out with the Raise Rocket. Not seeing anyone. This Raise Rocket looks very useless for it right now. They're also just running Viper ult.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Albert maybe just trying to guarantee this. Ooh,
Oh, but
that's
this
a
time
little
Turtle's
bit of
there to help
whiffage.
Asterix, but Asterix still gets picked off. Infinite Zero, need to re-clear this main. Oh, but Turtle!
Oh!
Turtle gets two!
Tortoise says, I do not care about the seas.
Oh, but then Rin picks off Turtle. Oh, but Chozo gets two! What the fucking frick? Oh my god. Rin gets another! And that's the round.
I think we kind of got lost in the sauce there with everything happening during the round.
Turtle
But
gets
shows
three,
off, I
but it's
mean,
not
doing
enough.
absolute work after seeing Tortoise get 3. Look at this. The Seas comes through, and boom, boom, he gets 2 extra
Tortoise
guys
gets-
there.
Tortoise gets two, but it looks like, well, three, but it wasn't enough for the Albert to win the entire round.
Yeah, I mean, just shows off a great Judge game. He knows his team. He knows if, you know, there's a Viper's Pit, it's time to run the Judge. So, very well done for him.
Looks like we're gonna have a heavy B push here.
I think that's something that we didn't really talk about during the beginning of the game. We see that Raisinade actually come out and break some of the Vise util to make it a little bit more manageable to take something like this setup. But as we can see, Infinite Zero has
Looks
decided
like
to
they're
ult
trying
down
entry,
mid.
but Turtles is just on his own and dies to Rin. His team's stuck behind the Vise wall. Rin, it doesn't look like Rin knew this and just set off the vines early.
Oh,
Oh, and Asterix just picks off Rin by TP on top of the box. Albert is able to get the plant down. It looks like there's a 4-push mid. Well, not mid, spawn.
Yeah, and they're facing 2, so as long as they don't take this one by
Oh
one.
my.
Whew. Okay, could have been worse than that. But now, looks like Infinite Zero's trying to take advantage of this opportunity. Just get straight onto the bomb here. But Z-Box will find you should run, and now it's just shows off. He has to get this defused, and both of these players are hot on his tail. Z-Box is finally shutting down Showsoft. Bring Albert up to 11, and it's close. Albert V2 can see the at the end of the tunnel. 2 more rounds.
It looks like this is a tech pause.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a tech pause here. Almost absolutely crazy from the side of Albert to be able to save themselves from that. And I did really like the idea from them, right? Like going into spawn and trying to take that fight. It was definitely something that Infinite Zero were just not ready for.
Yeah, especially when I'm pretty sure they didn't have a lot of weapons, so they needed to do something. They needed to make a play, and I think that was the greatest play they could have made.
Yeah, and you have to give that up to whoever their IGL is, for being able to make that call in that moment, right? You know, knowing your team and knowing what resources you have.
And I'm pretty sure Rin was also got hit by the paranoid, allowing Asterix to just TP on top of that box, which was kind of a insane play. Yeah, hit by Neon Stun and the paranoia from gave them a good chance to get onto the site.
Right, because we remember at the beginning of that exec, it was Turtoise that went down trying to fly into sight. It was a good flash from Rin, but I mean, after getting overwhelmed there, I mean, what are you even gonna do, right?
Yeah.
For the side of Infinite Zero, I mean, they're only down 1. It's not like panic mode or anything, but Albert V2 is on 11. So, I mean, for Infinite Zero, they've had pretty good defense. We would assume that, split defensive sided map, Infinite Zero should be able to perform here, but they have really made it a tight game.
Yeah, this is looking extremely close, and we're back into the match. It looks like they're heavy mid from Infinite Zero.
Yeah, and they've fully taken it.
So much space that Infinite Zero has right now.
And
Looks
they
like they're
also
gonna
have all
be
the
able to
information in the
play.
world.
But A is left completely empty. But Albert definitely does not know that this is what's happening. They're slow pushing.
Yeah, and it looks like Albert has
Oh,
just
looks like
finally
they're
decided to
executing
exec.
now.
Yeah, exactly.
Able to see that the entire site is cleared. Oh, but it's a 4-person flank. But Chronic. Oh!
Oh! Chronic with insane flick completely breaks
But they
his
don't know.
wrist
He
there,
doesn't
but is he
know.
ready for another?
Oh!
He is ready for
Chronic!
another!
He doesn't
But
know
is he
there's
ready
another
for a
one.
third?
Oh
Okay,
my
shows
God.
off. Finally!
Ren was also able to pick off Turtles in that commotion on flanking.
Yeah, it looks like Infinite Zero has had a great plan for this round. Now they put themselves up in the situation exactly where they want to be. And Ren will find
Xbox
Curse. It's
clutches
just
up,
Xbox.
And he cannot.
Wow, Blitz,
What a play.
that was great. I mean, you need your team to be able to do something to get back into this, especially off of a cheaper buy, like a round where you're really not going to have that weaponry. I mean, obviously, we saw crazy work from Chronic, but that's about all that their team is going to be able to have there.
Yeah. I mean, they got so much info just by pushing up mid. It was pretty easy to tell where they were going, especially the amount of space that was just completely separated from Team Albert.
Yeah, Albert might expect 2 on flank, but do they expect 3 or 4?
They don't expect 4 people.
Yep. And Albert, 1 Guardian, 1 Judge, so it's not the end of the world. But not where they want to be. And Infinite Zero, they put themselves in a just further back spot. They've been letting Albert get these sites as much as they want because they know their retake is good. Albert doesn't have any Sentinels to be able to hold this, and it looks like they know that. They're going to try to push up through this screen space.
Looks like there's we got 3 in screens, but Rin picks off 1. Oh, Turtoise gets Rin though. Can Kexo kill Turtoise? Joseph kills Asterix. Chronic killing Joseph, but Xeon also trading him out.
Kexo just left in limbo here against Turtoise. Knows he's got the Judge, and while everything's happening on
Can
site,
Turtoise
it's just
kill-
Turtoise alone!
No. That was a Mexican standoff in screens, bro. Holy.
And I think this is the first time Infinite Zero has been up all game, but it's exactly when they need to be. They are on match point. 1 off of being able to take this first map off of Albert.
And Albert has
Albert-
a really bad buy here.
Yeah, completely broken. They do have a couple of aces up their sleeve. They do have the Showstopper from Turtoise and the Nightfall from Curse. Zvox also 1 off too, but, ults of their own is what Infinite Zero have themselves, and
They
they've
do
got
have
the better
1
weaponry.
hero rifle from Curse. Let's see if it manages to help them as much as possible.
Whoa!
Pushed up heavy into vent, but doesn't get a pick.
And now it's desperation for Albert. They see them pop this Raze rocket, and he gets
Oh,
the
Rain kills
headshot.
Turtles, but dies to the rocket afterwards. The 4v3 situation. We have 2 on the B site.
But Infinite Zero not out of the weeds yet. They still have 3 more kills. 3
The Omen
more
ult says,
people.
get that info. There's still the Nightfall here from Albert. Oh, and Chris picks up. Oh, but Chronic gets though. Oh my god!
Albert is not done yet.
Switching sides.
Albert is going to bring this one into overtime. I'm starting to get deja vu, Blitz.
It's like
good.
I've been saying this ever since I fixed my situation. This is looking like the first match of the playoffs earlier with Albert v3.
Let's hope not. Let's just hope for something clean here.
We can't
But
not
both
have
of
another
these
situation.
teams do have a full buy, so it's an even footing, even standing ground. And with that, we get to see Infinite Zero back on the attack. They weren't perfect on the attack, but both teams went 5 and 7 on their offensive rounds.
The impressive stun, but Joseph gets picked off by Zvox. Losing the Neon is big for Albert being able to get an entry, but looks like they just entered B for free.
Yeah, B is completely for the taking for the side of Infinite Zero, and they're going to get this bomb down, and it's even planted for main in a place that they want it to be in. You should run.
Oh,
You have a lot of work to do here, my friend. Knowing that, he's going to just fall off just a little bit. He's got back up from Zion.
they don't
and the
know
retake
that
hasn't fully
there's
come through
2
yet.
mid.
Blitz, I want you to look in vents right now. That
Oh.
could be the decision maker. Rin will get 2.
Curse
but is it
gets
enough?
Zion. Curse needs
Cuts
to
onto a site.
Oh!
And Infinite Zero actually takes the offensive round. So now Albert is going to have to be able to figure out what they're going to do
Switching sides.
I was
on their
not
offensive
paying
round.
attention on what was happening on the site.
I think it was Kexo with just some nice 2K there. I mean, obviously we were watching it's a little standoff in mid there, and that was super important as well. But yeah, definitely. And
I think
And
Curse
if it-
had to play faster there to help his team a lot more.
yeah, definitely just a little too late on that one. He had the spot, but just not the right timing.
Yeah. Looks like Albert's playing heavily aggressive on A, but Kexo just shoots Turtles through the screen. Kexo getting Z-Box as well.
Kexo's been an absolute monster when you let him, and Albert just on their heels. Where can they go? Where can they fight and get some picks to be able to get back into this? I mean, being down 2 is not exactly where you want to be.
Oh my god.
They're right next to each other.
Oh, Aster.
Oh boy. Yeah,
Xeon gets
it's
picked
just
off. No, Xeon gets Asterix. That's an unfortunate timing from Asterix. Oh, but he doesn't see the second person event. And it's not like playoffs. We can move on to the next match. Well, the next map. Earlier
yeah.
than
Thankfully,
expected.
it was
Thankfully.
actually clean.
We do
yeah,
not get
thankfully
another
it was clean.
situation like in the first match.
Wow, but what a game. I mean, it was close, and they were fighting tooth and nail, both teams, to be able to get that. And I can't remember, but I do think that was Albert's pick.
That was Albert's
So,
pick. Which is
Definitely
very
don't want to
unfortunate.
lose their own. Yeah, it was Albert that picked.
We're moving on to
Split, and now we're going to
Breeze.
I will say though, Blitz, we did see some very good Viper gameplay from both of
Yeah.
these teams, so Breeze shouldn't be like a struggle for either of them, but I'm interested to see if they will decide to play double smokes again, at least for Albert, if they will.
I think for a map like Breeze, I think you kind of have to run a Senti maybe. Maybe you drop one of the duelists to get maybe that second controller still. But who knows?
Yeah, that was definitely very hard for Albert. Not having the second Sentinel, because when you do get onto site, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for you to hold it. And then on the side of defense, they probably could have had a couple more had they had a little bit more of that sight anchor, and it really did work for Infinite Zero with Vise.
I'm pretty sure Albert were also up 5-1 in that start,
yeah.
but then Infinite Zero just came back heavily, especially in that second half, having many clutch situations from Rin.
Yeah, look at him dropping 31 and 19.
19. What a stat sheet.
I mean, how do you even fight against that? I mean, we of course, and it's not even to say that the players on Albert played poorly. They all played very, very well. We saw obviously Turtoise, a lot of really cool situations from him. Chronic with the the aim labs showing from him to be able to get a lot of those crazy kills. And then on top of that, great players like Zvox and even Chosov too. That Neon match was very cool to see.
Yeah. It was interesting to see just how great Neon is, especially when they're just buying shotguns heavily. Those Judges and Buckies came in very clutch for both teams, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and that's probably what brought down Turtoi's headshot rate so high. Brought down to 14%, probably because he was running the shotgun. Okay, looks like this little sheet here is telling a story about the first kills, Blitz.
A lot of thrifties on Infinite Zero, 2 over 1. I think those were really a lot.
You don't usually see too many of those. You're going to expect just the better weaponry should get the better round, but that can really pull things in your favor, especially hurting Albert's economy.
Yeah. And it looks like the scoring for the first kills is basically the same score as the match.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out there. Whoever was able to find that first pick, it seems like was really, it really turned the tides in terms of who was going to have control over that round. And then looking at the kills as well, obviously Infinite Zero, if they won, they're going to have more kills, higher ACS as well. The trades are pretty similar, but yeah, overall, just a really close game. Blitz, do you have anything you want to say before we send it to a break?
I think Albert really just need to focus on on their first timeout as well. I think after they did the timeout, it was showed in the next round that they followed that, but I don't think they followed it in the rounds after. So I think they need to keep that timeout in mind for these next games.
Yeah, they definitely do have that option to be able to reset, but we're just going to have to see if they take advantage of that in Breeze. So before this next game, we're going to send it to a little break, and we'll see you guys very soon. All right, everybody, and welcome back to the playoffs of Empress. I am joined by Blitz in case you weren't here for the last game, and we saw an absolute banger from Albert V2 and Infinite Zero. Finally clutching up was Infinite Zero, going 14-12, and now it is their map pick of Breeze.
Yeah, that was a very, very close game from both Albert and Infinite Zero. A 14-12 Infinite Zero win. It's kind of insane that both first matches of both Albert teams playing today went into overtime. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy for both first maps going into OT, and it really just goes to show what the competition is like in this tournament. I mean, just a lot of really great teams, really great players, and also really good seeding too.
Now we are moving on to Breeze, which is Infinite Zero's map pick. So I wonder how Albert are gonna play on this map.
Yeah, we're hoping is that they've probably prepared just a little bit on this, if nothing else. But yeah, I mean, Infinite Zero showed a lot of very cool things on the side of Split, but so did Albert V2. They did a lot of those like 4-man pushes, and I'm wondering how they're going to approach Breeze. I mean, such an open map in comparison to
Wow,
Split.
we have the Harbor pick from Albert. Very interesting. And it looks like they are doing double smokes. Very nice. It looks like there's a lot of more shit. We have the double intel of Sova and KO on Infinite Zero.
Yeah, that should prove to be very useful for Infinite Zero, and they're also running double smoke, so it's actually Infinite Zero this time who are going to have no Sentinel, and they've completely switched up their duelist as well. It's going to be Chosov on Waylay.
Yeah, it looks like Zvox is back on the Neon. I wonder if Chronic will select the Jet. It's going to be a very interesting
Yeah.
play.
Is Chronic going to select the Jet? That is going to be super interesting because Waylay does allow your team to hop, and so does Jet too. So if Albert does decide to go for that, I mean, the operator can just be so powerful on Breeze.
Yes. It looks like we have the Sova from Albert. Very good solo intel. I think it's probably one of the best ones for Breeze, if I'm not mistaken.
No, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. We do have an Astra from Xeon, so we're gonna have double walls on like one one round with the Astra wall and the Viper wall. It's gonna be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes Breeze can feel like a very post-plant heavy map, and Astra really makes that a lot easier, especially if you're defending. I mean, you're trying to get that defuse, but also when you're attacking as well. I mean, it can just make it very hard to be able to play retake onto the bomb and get that actual defuse. Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to be heading right into it. So we do have Infinite Zero on the defensive side, and they've placed themselves in a 3-2 kind of split with Olive Albert just waiting outside of that A main.
And here we go. The KO knife immediately towards the B side. Trying to get to info, but it looks like Albert are just rushing towards A main. Janet dashed out. They're clearing back site. This site is free for Albert. Getting the plant down. This has been Infinite Zero's play, letting them get the site to play posts. But to play retakes, but still waiting for this Viper to start pincering going from mid. Whoa! We have Rin pick out Asterisk Xeon getting Chronic, but also getting the Waylay at the same time. Turtles gets Viper. Zvox also getting Astra here. It's down to a 2v2. Curse pushes up. The bomb is half. It comes down to a 1v1 between Curse and Kexo, but the bomb's halved. Kexo gets off. You know, it's just that what in the world?
Yeah, I think Kexo realized that he was doomed in that moment to try to get that.
What?
Yeah, I mean, overall, just a good attack round from Albert, right? Like, You know, we saw some good stuff from them, and also on top of that, the strategy was very nice. I mean, all they had to do was just do that 5-man push and then win their gunfights. It really wasn't anything too crazy from them. Infinite Zero maybe just not getting the not getting 1 or 2 duels, and that's really what sends the round in Albert's favor.
Yeah, and here we are into the next round. It looks like Infinite Zero are resorting to buying a Bucky, like how we saw in the last map. Asterix gets Chosov from Chosov just pushing up way too much. Yeah, well, this Rin is just so heavily pushed up as well, but they do need the space. But it looks like Albert's heading towards A after getting that pick off Chosov. Ren tries to look, didn't see anyone. Maybe saw a Chronic. But we are heavy towards A. Kexo. Oh, he didn't see anyone, but someone saw Kexo. The flash maybe saw them. It does saw them just a little bit, but it looks like there's gonna be another free sight from Albert.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to get this bomb right down here. Infinite Zero really just not going to be able to do anything about it. And we see these 2 players all stacked up towards backside. Just Harbor staying back in main. And as the wall goes down, these players are going to start to face each other.
Looks like the KO knife does scan 3. Kexo just try to get anything sort of info. It does get a hit on Asterix, but it's not going to be enough. Kexo down. Rin tries to push up, but manages to get Chronic before dying to Asterix. Us 2 are flanking, but this Bucky was kind of a bad buy. Unless Turtles does push up and just gets picked off. He jumps into the cove!
It was exactly what you said, Bullets.
Oh! Oh! Can this guy get the 4K? Oh my god!
Blitz, did we just watch that together? Like, we watched Albert just single-handedly just give up every last gun that they have.
That is...
To that shotgun.
Now they're not gonna have any sort of advantage going into this buy round from Infinite Zero.
No, they will not. And Infinite Zero, they're looking great. I mean, they're even deciding to pick up this Outlaw on defense.
Yeah, Chosov's just taking this advantage to just use that Outlaw and destroy them.
And they're playing it pretty safe, too. It's Chosov that's actually trying to take some kind of peek into A main, but he's not going to find anyone unless Asterix peeks. Albert has decided to really make a lot of presence towards this mid area.
Fox doesn't get seen. He's walking up.
Not gonna hit him.
Getting Rin. Oh, but Xeon gets him back. Joseph also getting Asterix on A. Getting rid of their lurk. Now a 3v2. No, 3v4. What am I saying? Oh, they don't know Viper's here. Oh! Can he get 3?
No!
He gets the 3rd! And again, this Albert just getting run down by just a single player.
Yeah, you should run
great.
Absolutely playing his position perfectly there. I mean, he knows that none of these players are going to clear him out. And with that, I mean, he hits those 2. And then the 3rd one, you know, that's just extra nice. But, you know, he's low there. I mean, he's got the ice in his veins. You Should Run's name is pretty literal. I do not want to fight him. If you're Albert, I would run right away. And it looks like they are. They're just going to opt for the A side instead. And it's just Kexo alone fighting this. But Joseph's found his way all the way down mid. It's going to be great information.
Yeah, and this flank is going to hit hard against Albert. But it looks like Turtles is just sitting there expecting the flanking. Oh, and he does. The call was right.
I mean, I can only imagine that Infinite Zero was planning on that to be able to get into this round. Now just kind of at a standstill, throwing utility around.
Seafox, I'm just 1 HP now, getting hit, shot through the smoke.
A little bit of blind on his own guy there.
Oh, but Xeon gets Asterisk and Turtles. It didn't matter if he got hit by that. Chronic and Curse. Finish the round off.
Yeah, I mean, just a good attacker round from Albert there. Being able to take out Chosov so early was really great for them because it seems like Infinite Zero was probably planning on it. But I will say, like, I think that timing was off for Infinite Zero. If you're them, you have to try to make that presence before your flank comes through. That way, those players aren't looking behind them. They know that Albert doesn't have a trip or anything like that. Neither of these teams do. And because of that, it was a great idea. Just poor execution from Infinite Zero.
I do also think that Chosov probably shouldn't have flames because on Infinite Zero, they don't have really any other sort of explosive retake. And you should run! Manages just to get 3 on the site before dying to Chronic, but he's done his job.
The man, the myth, the legend. You should run as a side anchor. Now, Infinite Zero, all the men in the world. And they'll finish this round off themselves. Very well done from them. I mean, well, I say them, but you should run. Really pulling all the weight himself. Here's one, here's the second, and here's the third. Very beautiful.
It seems like Albert needs to just figure out where you should run is, and like the name, run away. There's not a lot that Albert can do. It seems like every time they've almost had an encounter with You Should Run, they've essentially just been destroyed.
And I have to give it to You Should Run himself. He's playing in really great positions where the players aren't able to find him in time before they can, well, run away from him. And because of that, I mean, he's just going to be able to get all of them for free. They don't know where he is. This guy's a rat, man.
Chosov pushes in, picks off Asterix. Comes back, Rin gets Chronic as well. This Albert's just stuck in mid, having nowhere to go.
Spike down mid.
Now it's really just 2 players for them. The bomb not in their hands. Ooh, nice little flick on there. Zion not hitting the shots. Oh,
it's up to Zvox and 1 HP!
Well, maybe we shouldn't count out Albert quite yet, Blitz, but is he going to be able to find You Should Run in time?
Oh. And You Should Run finishes it. Finish Zvox off.
Yeah, I mean, we really did have a chance for Albert to get back into that with Zvox, but on 6 health, you can't expect him to be doing too much. Anything there was just very fortunate, and you will take those if you're Albert. But I mean, Infinite Zero, despite seeing Albert fight many towards mid, they had a plan for that. They were ready to crunch from doors and through the top mid down to bottom mid, and now it's going to be more of an B play.
They're running towards You Should Run. Oh, but You Should Run dies. But Xeon manages to get 2 before getting out. Can he still live to save his life? There's 2. Both Albert players are still in the smoke. Xeon backs off, but he now has the help of his teammates. But they're still just behind this harbor. But Xeon gets 2! And then Rin helps out his teammate in this round. I think any more from Infinite Zero, and I think Albert has to call it, like, would have to call a timeout, like.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what comms are going through for the side of Albert V2. I think You Should Run has played B-Site every single time, and B-Site just really hasn't been that good to Albert. Maybe they have noticed that. Maybe they will decide to go A here. But because of how good You Should Run has been, look at there comes that Viper Pit. They've been able to stack 3 towards A, so it's still going to be hard for Albert to be able to get through A.
Yeah, and I think Infinite Zero have realized this as well. That's not just because they're stacked at 3 means it's. Oh, and Chosov gets 2 before dying to Turtles. But it looks like they're not able to get bomb down. Kexo gets picked up. Manages to get. Oh, but he dies. But Rin manages to trade him. It's a very interesting play. I think it's safe for Infinite Zero just stack towards A because You Should Run has just been cleaning them up on B.
Yeah, and it was also a really good recon from Rin to be able to get them through many of those smokes there. Albert has just had to play 2 versus 4 simulator basically this entire game. They're losing numbers early. We saw Kexo get a really nice spam through the smoke in the beginning. And because of that, like, they were just down, and once you're down, you keep falling. And so if you're Albert, you want to try to play a little bit more split here, and that's what they're showing so that you can work the map a little bit better. But Infinite Zero just feels ready for this. Look where Chosov is playing.
Look how pushed up he is as well. This is a great play. Oh, and Chosov picks off Asterix. Not expecting one to be pushed up already.
Yeah, and Albert just, again, find their grips despite, like, not having these, like, gunfights go their way. So maybe they'll work towards win, at least group up, know that if you're fighting one person at a time,
Wow.
that's how you want to start it.
That's good for Albert. Able to get another pick just to try to get closer to even numbers. Oh, and Zvox gets Chosov. Now the numbers are completely even. Infinite Zero losing their number advantage from the first, like, 20 seconds that they had.
Infinite Zero does not have the right read. Yes, it is, and that B site is completely free. You know,
and Curse is playing this super well, keeping Infinite Zero distracted on A. His team is gonna get the bomb down on B. But it looks like Xeon's holding the spot. Oh no, but he doesn't. He left. Will Kexo know? No, he's not.
Well, both of these players are backside. It is still planted for main, though, and there's that Astro Wall that we were talking about pre-game. And here comes the retake.
They don't know if it's being defused or not.
Oh.
It didn't get halved. Kexo gets down Chronic, but...
Oh no, they planned for this. This smoke is perfect.
They don't know. They have to swing now. Oh, but Zvox!
Player standing.
And Curse. What an insane play from Zvox there. Playing with his life on the line.
Yeah, man, and, you know, that, and we do have to give Infinite Zero some credit. I mean, the idea was good. It's that Astro Wall, but, you know, playing around it very well was Albert, you know, swinging at the perfect time right before half, and had it been half, that round could have gone completely differently. Albert, you know, maybe wouldn't be able to see their fourth in this one, and Infinite Zero would be up by 3.
Yeah. This is so far looks like a close game, but it looks like Infinite Zero has been dominating more on their winning rounds. And here we go. Chosov pushes in heavily, but then he backs up just before getting picked off. And Chronic, it looks like Albert spammed. Xeon just pushed up. I thought that was just on A.
Yeah, and you're gonna lose
B-side is
that level
heavily
util.
weak.
You don't want to do that, and yeah, that's exactly what they've decided to do. But You Should Run is not weak. We do not want to underestimate this guy.
He managed to get one, but he can't get another. Curse and Asterix picking off as many as they can. Curse found Rin. No, Rin manages to get it. Curse. Now they're just Albert's just pincered here.
Like the Pokemon?
Maybe. Territories manages to pick up Kexos. Now a 1v3, and Rin gets spammed through the smoke. And Albert evens the score.
Yeah, I mean, Albert had to break the curse there, and they used curse to do it. You know, You Should Run has been very good on B site, especially as a solo anchor. And after getting one there, he just wasn't able to do more than that. And that's exactly what Albert has to shut down. They cannot let these multi-kills happen off of, like, sloppy mistakes. They have to just swing together, fight together. And as long as they're not giving You Should Run those runs, like, they're going to be able to overwhelm him, because he is human too. You can kill him.
Yeah, in these past rounds, I feel like Yushin Run's gotten just shut down. He can't make as many plays. Oh, but Kexel picks off Zivok from this mid. Turtles is also just stuck here, but he has his team Asterix down as well. So 3v4. They do have the ace sight. Oh, but Turtles managed to get him even though he entered the smoke. How did Kexo not kill him?
Yeah, so
Bomb
now
is down 3v3. Sorry.
no, you're totally good. Like, they're just gonna try to wait for You Should Run to get over here, but I mean, he's got a Bucky. He's gonna have to pick something up and get himself over here because time is not in their side.
Wow, and Turtles picks off Rin just so he can't take a smoke. Oh, but Xeon enters the smoke and gets. It's now a 1v1. Both players on extremely low HP. Who will come out on top? And Tortoise managed to get the 4K after You Should Run looks away.
I mean, You Should Run with just too many things to look at, too many angles to hold. Not sure if Turtles is going to cross through that pyramids area. I don't think he was going to be main, which might have been what he was holding for, but it's all right. It all happens. And from that, you know, Albert, hey, look, now they're up. They're up on their own right, and it is Infinite Zero's map pick. This is exactly what they want to see. Some great solo plays, some great gunfights, and now they're just going to try to switch it up. Go towards this B site. They're not afraid of You Should Run anymore.
You Should Run playing hella aggressive, entering this cove with the shorty as well. Looks like Xeon's also there to back him up. It's a very interesting play. And it looks like they're executing here. You Should Run gets one, but can't get another.
Yeah, he's usually good in those situations,
Yeah.
but you know, Albert V2 not clearing and maybe getting away with one there now, but they know it's going to be B, and all these players have come towards it, but maybe trying to deny the plant a little bit. Rin not going to find one for his troubles, and they won't deny the plant either.
Kexel gets picked off. We didn't even see that. I think they're spamming the box behind the wall. This Showstop pushes up. Oh! Chronic down. Rin gets. Oh my god, 1v1. Asterix versus Rin. And Asterix gets 4 to end the first half and clutch up for Albert.
Switching sides.
Wow, Asterix absolutely on fire there with 4. That was very nice from him. And honestly, right, you know, Breeze, you're going to feel it a little bit more attacker. At least it was when it still had events. But, yeah, man, and it was just a good strategy from them. And Albert was really able to bring it back, too. Infinite Zero found themselves up in the beginning. And it's almost like a flip-flop of, like, the last game where, you know, Infinite Zero was down, you know, what, 1-5, and then they were able to bring it back, and Albert V2 doing that themselves too.
Yeah, and it seemed like after round 7, You Should Run's been getting just stomped. Here we are into this pistol. Like Chronic playing hella aggressive, not able to dash out. He's stuck. He just walks out because no one. They were. It looks like Infinite Zero were afraid to push out and get picked off.
Yeah, their side of Albert is going to want to cut that off from mid immediately, but I'm looking at Zion. Zion has found his way, sneaking through,
behind.
and Chronic
this
doesn't
timing.
know.
Oh my god! And that's the play. Bomb is going towards B.
Oh. Well, Zvox will
managed
get a
to
nice little.
one.
Spike planted.
So now the bomb will go down.
Oh my god,
And
does Turtles
look where-
check this box? No, I think he's just ignoring the box. Oh! Zion's making a move. He's going back. Oh my god, Zvox. No, Zion's just not looking. Zvox does go down though. Oh my god, Zion with another flanking play. This timing. He has an insane timing going on. Churchois does manage to get one. Yushiron does get him cursed. And Zion with the 3K to win this pistol.
Yeah, Xeon put himself in some really great positions there. Both Asterix and Chronic going down like that just is really hard to come back from, especially when the comms come through and then Kexo just books it down to B. All three players are trying to hold A because they know that after fighting them out of B main that Infinite Zero is going to have to rotate, but then they can just come back like that when you have good lurks. So they're going to have to keep their eyes out from Zion as the game goes on.
Wait, we're seeing from You Should Run buying the Vandal. But Chosov gets the judge. Oh, and then backs off after getting Turtles. But it does look like Infinite Zero are going to commit towards the A site.
Whew. Chronic, good with the classic.
Curse does get picked off as well, though. Oh my god, look at where Chosov is.
Yeah, Chosov is completely behind him and they have no idea.
It might not even matter, but it does still matter in the end. Chosov picks off Chronic, winning them the round and evening up the score once again.
Yeah, 7-7, just like last map for them. And Albert has a good buy coming into this, so it's going to be all right. But so does Infinite Zero. They've decided that they do want to invest in order to make this fair. So the weaponry is going to be exactly the same. Maybe a little difference in shields, if nothing, but it'll be Infinite Zero looking towards A.
I do think this play from Infinite Zero is the right play, but Chosov just gets picked off. But so does Curse as well, tying the numbers up here. Infinite Zero is able to get this plant down. If this buyout play does work out for Infinite Zero, this is gonna crush Albert down a lot.
Yeah, it really will. And here comes retake.
Ring is not straight out. Oh, but You Should Run! Manages to get 2. Can he get 3? And he does.
Yeah, You Should Run. It's like a switch, man. Sometimes he just gets going and you really can't stop him. And look at him sitting on the top of his scoreboard, 20-9. And it's really been the story of both line smokes this game, hasn't it? I mean, Turtoise himself doing, well enough for his team. And all of these players really close for Albert as well. But now looks like they've decided that they want both the Neon and the Omen on B. So it'll be a little different. And Turtoise trying to fight something towards mid and make sure that they don't take too much space there.
This round should be enough. Oh, Chosov gets in with the judge again. I'm pretty sure he has more than enough money to buy an actual gun. But this judge still is just ruining them.
Yeah, and with that, somehow they found a hole in B.
Exo with the whiff. That was kind of ugly, but Asterix is now low on this. You Should Run does pick off Chronic as well. You Should Run gets 2 and the flawless from Infinite Zero.
Yeah, Infinite Zero just reading everything that Albert is trying to go for there, and it's just rough, man. You want, if you're Albert, you really want to be able to, figure out where you can find someone on their own. There always seems to be at least one person trying to do something there. And, Chosov, he's got that judge and he's flying in. I mean, if you're Turtoise, you're just trying to make sure mid is kept fine, and they can't do it, and they've moved him back towards B now.
Joseph is still with this judge. He's pushed up mid because I think Albert has pushed this every round, I'm pretty sure. Chosov with the bad timing. Curse does manage to pick him off. Infinite
Power
Zero
finally does put them in an up position though.
Infinite Zero has to take a site without a duelist.
And
Looks
what
like
I'm really
Infinite
looking
Zero
at
backing up.
is Zvox's location here. If Infinite Zero do decide to do anything through mid, he's in the spot that he needs to be. Zvox. And that smoke's gonna be just so nice for him. He doesn't have to worry about the other
overplaying
side.
it, but he gets Rin and backs up. But he doesn't know You Should Run is like just right there. But he does hide in the corner. He is ready for if You Should Run does swing him. Infinite Zero are still pushing up mid. Oh, but the timing! Oh my god! That was very unfortunate timing.
Oh!
Oh, but Asterix gets 2! You Should Run. It's just running away. And Asterix with the 3K. Saving that round, I feel like.
Yeah, and when it mattered most, we had Asterix to make sure that round gets closed out. I mean, and while we were playing that, like, we see the Albert players finally working themselves into the positions that they need to be. These players on Infinite Zero are trying to, you know, figure out in the map where there's holes in order to be able to get into them. And so having Albert in the right locations, like having Zvox in mid, having Asterix be able to find them through doors there, that's exactly what Albert needs to continue doing if they want to take this map.
This has been a pretty even game. But Albert is just stacked on A.
It's a very good paranoia as well. But they're going to have this Astral to take the site.
Avox is just sitting behind this Astral wall with the judge. It is a good play, but this wall is about to go away. He does back up though. Chronic looks lost. Joseph does pick off Asterix as well, turning this into a 3-4. Is Evox managed to get 2 with this Neon ult, and he triggered the Silva ult. If I were Evox, I would try to. Oh, and there's the Waylay ult. He body blocked. He body blocked. They win this round. Oh no!
Wait, but it's half!
Tortoise! That Cove Shield played a huge amount, especially at that end there. Ren couldn't spam that at all.
I mean, just a combination of crazy things. We see, you know, for Zvox being able to pop that Neon ult, being the man for his team, and a great, you know, little audible coming out from Turtoise to be able to get that Cove down. You know, even though Chosov is able to throw his Waylay ult out there, it doesn't really matter if they're not able to get to it in time.
Yeah. And Infinite Zero used 2, like, major ultimates there as well. And they still lost the round. And Chronic picks off You Should Run! But Chosov does manage to pick off Chronic as well. Infinite Zero got the site. But it looks like there's still 2 people of Infinite Zero, and then Joseph does walk out, playing with his team for the site.
And what's so scary is seeing Zion on the prowl there. He's so far away, and he's going to try to reflank through mid.
Evox is so pushed up and managed to get Rin. Joseph down. They don't know where Xeon's at. But Xeon can't get the user off, and that's a round win for Albert. Giving Albert the lead back in this game.
Yeah, Albert is definitely back in it. Zion, you know, maybe had the right idea there, but before there was a good period of time where he was kind of just sitting in that corner, not making any moves, and because of that, he's just late. If Infinite Zero, you know, wants to be able to utilize those outside flanks where they're coming in from another angle, they're good in practice, but only when executed right. They have to stop more time for him, or Zion just has to be much quicker on it. Maybe he was trying to, send Astral Form there and get his util down, and that's why he was taking so long. But if he's going to want to be able to pull that off, he's got to be quicker.
It does look like this is a timeout, if I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I would assume it's from Infinite Zero. I
Yeah.
wonder what they are discussing.
Well, they'd have like some good things going for them. They have that Viper's Pit from You Should Run, and it's not like they don't have the money to go into this. It's just that Albert being up is not where Infinite Zero wants to be.
I do think that these teams have been pretty close on every round so far. There's not like one dominant factor anymore, like we saw in the first half. But here it's kind of hard to say.
And here it comes on to A as well. We only see Turquoise all alone on A.
Pushes him and picks him off, and the entirety of Albert is pushing through mid. Joseph sees one. Does he know that there's a second? He swings out trying to get out. He does manage to get out. But Zvox is trying to not want to get away, but in the end he does. Curse is on this flank, but Xeon's still watching him. Curse does win the fight though. 2v4. Turning into a 2v3. Oh, knife out and picked off.
And this drone's not going to be doing much.
I don't know where Chris doesn't know where Joseph is. He does manage to pick off Joseph, but still gets hit by the slow and gets hit and destroyed by You Should Run. Tying the score up once again.
And honestly, Liz, I think that was a really good timeout. As you can see, a lot of these rounds have been very streak-ish, where these teams are, it's been 4-4-4, rounds in a row, and then 3 for Albert, bringing back from 7-9, or to what was it, or 8-9, maybe to 10-9 or something like that, 7-9, 10-9. But Infinite Zero realizing that and being able to call that timeout to reset there, that was very well played from them, and their coaching as well. So we'll actually see them switch it up. They're actually going to look towards B side here. And Zvox, not ready to think that they're B.
Zvox ran away from B, leaving this pretty out and free for Zero. Curse does get Rin.
But Curse is in a good spot. He doesn't have to go anywhere yet. He can wait for his team. These players.
No, Kexo's just up. The situation has turned very dire for Albert. Zero have a lot of the sight, and it's just a 1v4. Oh, he wins! I think that whiff that Zvox just made kind of messed him up like a lot. He probably could have gotten 2 or 3 there.
Kind of messed him up. I think it really messed him up. He
yeah,
was
really
stunned. He was sucked. He got his
vulnerable.
own lane to kill that guy, and man,
He was also
that's
vulnerable, I'm pretty sure.
vulnerable too. There you go. Like, you don't want to be losing those free gunfights. I mean, I know it's a 2v4, and I know that it's going to be very hard there, but something like that can really get your team back into the game. And for Curse, like, he was in such a good position to start that one off. It's just that, not being able to keep his position down there, it's just so hard when you're fighting 4 more guys there. And as we can see, it's just another A-rush.
Chronic picks off Kexo through the smoke. Oh my god, look at where You Should Run is. He picks off Curse from mid. And Asterix! He's low, running away from Zvox. But Zvox does manage to kill him with the judge. Oh my god, and Infinite Zero are rotating.
And the question is, will he be able to catch them in time? How many can he get? They know his location, and he reveals himself.
Soul. He's already repositioned himself into a better position for him. Oh, but Chosov picks him off.
Spike planted.
Who?
That's 12 to Infinite Zero. This is looking rough for Albert now.
Yeah, and it's hard to say. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you got it.
They Albert also don't have a bye here.
Yeah, it's just gonna be very difficult for Albert. Like, they do have the Hunter's Fury. I'm wondering if maybe they'll pop it to be able to help them get onto site. That's always a really great option, especially for B. And you have the Neon. You can run them down and be able to pop that Hunter's Fury there. But if they're doing it, it's not quite yet.
Ooh, Chosov gets picked off. Thinking the Lele with Hilla. Zvox does manage to back off before. Oh, stunned. Oh, but Rin still kills him. Bomb is down out in the open. You should run Wisp, but still gets a kill on Asterix. Does see Chronic and does kill him. This has turned from a 4v2 into a 2v2. Jertoise does get. You should run. Rin does pick up bomb again, but both players on Albert are just sitting behind this wall waiting for any noise, and Rin is trying to get this bomb down. They're committing the Silva ult here. Hitting nothing. Torsis picks off. It becomes a Silva v Silva. Rin versus Curse. Now in the last map we've seen Rin having insane clutch situations. But can Rin do it still? Oh! And they do not. Curse still brings their team to 11. Getting closer and closer to this overtime. And they really do need this here.
Yeah, Infinite Zero will definitely, opt for that timeout. They're one off, and they know it. The money is going to be completely fine. They'll be able to buy this half out. You should run. Just having a monstrous game for himself. And for the side of Albert, I mean, being able to actually lock down B was huge there. Usually, Infinite Zero is able to have their way in terms of getting onto site, but Albert was great in having those two site anchors and fighting down to the last minute. And I'm almost a little worried because you don't want to be throwing smokes like that for the other team, especially during that while Rin was trying to get that bomb down, but it didn't matter. Albert was good for it. Nice on the Guardian as well, too. So they should be good for that. And we're also looking at a Neon ult for Zvox. Zvox has been really good with that Neon ult, and he has the Judge, too, so he'll have a nice backup plan as well. But for the side of Infinite Zero, like, they have two really great post-plant ults. If I'm Albert V2, I'm desperately trying to prevent them from getting this bomb down, and right now they don't have the read.
Yeah, and here we are with the final round before overtime if Albert win. And here, it looks like Albert pushing up A, especially Zvox, but his team does back off. This Judge is now gone towards A. The bomb is going towards the direction of A.
Albert getting a nice ult to be able to get that information.
They saw that as clear, but there's Xeon's now towards A with You Should Run. And it looks like the rest of Infinite Zero are as well, with the exception of Joseph. But Chronic picks off Xeon. Oh! They do not know Zvox is here with the Judge.
Oh no!
And this Viper ult's gone! Zvox pops the ult. Chosov is the only one left in a 1v3 situation to end this game now, but the bomb is down!
Chosov, I mean, he knows he has nothing to lose. It is one right before overtime. It's their match point. He has to take out 3. He has to be able to find... all of them in 19 seconds, and that's the first.
Picks off Asterix. He doesn't know where Zvox is. He's just running straight towards the bomb. There's a fake. Looks like he's gonna commit to this. And he gets the plant down.
No.
Looks like there's
No
still
way
a
he gets
chance
that bomb down.
for Joseph. Joseph gets hit, but Zvox manages to bring the game to overtime.
Yeah, and it looks like we have another overtime
Another
map
overtime.
on our hands.
We went
Oh,
overtime
boy.
for overtime now. Split we had an overtime, and now we do as well for Breeze.
The question is, will Albert let it go the same way as the last map, or will they take control and be able to figure out what Infinite Zero is doing and shutting it down? Now, Albert on their attack side, they had some good plans on attack. It went pretty well for them overall, I would say, getting 7-5. So they should be fine on it. And they've actually decided to opt for some kind of default situation where they're sending 2 towards A, 2 towards B, 1 towards mid. And for the side of Infinite Zero, like, we'll probably see Waylay pop her TP before she fights anything towards main here. And she's going to have to be able to get out of there before Asterix and Curse get her.
Oh, the op from Chosov is interesting. But the Sova drone. Waylay's Chosov's TP is now gone. No resort of safety now. Chosov holding this angle down. No team is trying to give up any sort of number for. Looks like every team is just playing back as much as they can. But Asterix is backed up and is with Zvox.
Yeah, and it looks like Infinite Zero has really just figured out what Albert is trying to do here. They knew they were trying to play slow on it, and because of that, they're not peeking out in any way. They're playing safe. They're playing far back.
Chosov didn't get hit a single time through that spam.
Oh,
And he still kills Curse! Look at B. Albert is executing. Everyone is on the site. Asterix and Chronic do manage to get one, making it a 4v3 now. Can Albert stick out this win on this round? It would give them a certain advantage because those 2 rounds that they won when it was 10-12, they were on a save.
Yeah, they definitely do have it in them. Can they execute? It's just going to be very hard for Chosov to be able to get back into this with this operator, and it's just him and Ring, so he picks up the Phantom.
Oh, but look at Zvox's position.
Nice.
And Albert have taken the lead. It looks like Albert is definitely not letting the same situation happen on Split.
Yeah, and Albert, you know, they found themselves in a tough situation, especially after losing Curse to Chosov on the operator. I did like the gamble coming out from Infinite Zero because it allowed them to stack more towards mid in B. But at the end of the day, it was Albert who won out those gunfights on the B site. And then when you have to come back with the operator, that's when it's going to be really hard and you're going to be really hurting from it. But Albert, they've decided, you know, we don't need the operator. We can win this on our own with our own guns. And they've actually...
Oh my god, Chosov has pushed so much! But it's given Infinite Zero the entire site.
Spike planted.
It's going to be super hard for Albert to retake this here.
should
Just
run
trying to find
Evens up the
Zvox.
numbers. Oh, and ran and pushed up. Chronic does get You Should Run. But look how far pushed up Rin is. But Curse still kills him. This is very good for Albert. But they have to get onto the bomb.
And they have
Very
one of the
soon.
sucks on bomb too. Look at the spam.
Oh! Do they
I'm
have it?
Not
I
sure
don't
they
think
got
they
it
have
in
it.
time.
No! They do not have it. And we go on to another OT here. Round 27. A very close match that we have here.
Yeah, it is, and you know that's just unfortunate. Like the 6.64 seconds off of that defuse. That's just so hard, and really, like that's what Zion has been able to do all game. Like when you have options for post play like that, like you're Albert, you have to be able to tap earlier, and they just didn't have the time for it.
Looks like
that round.
Trisov has an up here. It picks off Z-Box!
Oh.
In Tortoise, this op is coming in clutch for Infinite Zero, but Curse does kill him. And now the numbers are even here.
Yeah, Albert has actually kind of found themselves in a nice situation. A lot of these Infinite Zero players are a little too far away to be able to deny this, but Rin has both of his pieces of util, both the shock dart and the dart, to be able to get back into this, and he's waited for his team, and he's ready to throw it. Getting out of there is
If Yuzhiron
Asterix.
had his gun there, he would have killed Asterix. Now with 2v1, Curse cannot win it out for Albert. And now Infinite Zero get this advantage. Coming into this next round with numbers. This puts a bunch of pressure onto Albert, because if they lose this round, that's the entire match.
That's completely right, and you know, their defense hasn't been as good. They have found a little success with different strategies, though, and they've decided that they do want Turtoise to be that B site kind of anchor, and maybe stack more players towards A, and stack more players maybe towards mid. Look at where You Should Run is doing. Every single round, he's trying to get some kind of, like, lurk play. Well,
Oh, it looks like
maybe they've called an audible at the end of the
they're probably defaulting
round
here. That flash from Kexo actually stopped Albert from pushing them. And they heard so much noise that they're starting to rotate to B, the weaker site here. Oh, and Turtoise gets reeled, but he still manages to doesn't die. Oh, and he gets one! Just Xeon on the site. Turtoise gets down, but Z-Box is there to trade him. The bomb is just by itself. You Should Run does manage to get Chronic.
Oh
It's out
no, You Should
1v3.
Run.
Curse has to clutch this up, and he cannot. Infinite Zero, 15-13, 2 O's. Albert v2.
Yeah, man. Albert V2 just not able to find it at the end when it matters most. I mean, a lot of really just back and forth, too, during that game. And, you know, we were worried about You Should Run at the beginning of the round, and it really hurt them badly. Like, not having the, you know, your flanks watched in those scenarios, that's just so hard. And You Should Run, even Zion just taking advantage of it round after round. Like Albert V2 just not having an answer for it, unfortunately, during this series.
Yeah. And I think that's something they're going to have to work on when fighting against their, like, just anyone next time. Because it looks like they were just getting picked off so much. It's like there was always a flank from Infinite Zero, I believe. And that's kind of just what messed them up.
Yeah, those flanks were just rough, man. And let's take a look at the final
Wow,
showing.
a 36-18 from You Should Run.
Was he the top frag for the last game as well?
No, he wasn't. I'm pretty sure it was the bottom frag. I think it was Rin that was the top frag.
Yeah, and Rin himself, I mean, he had a good game too, going 25 and 20, and a lot of really great util and darts from him. And over on the side of Albert, like all of these players were all really consistent too.
I do like to point out that Albert V2 and V3 have lost their match today.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it's okay. They do have lowers to be able to come out of it, and I don't think they face each other in lowers,
They
so it
shouldn't.
should be
I
fine.
do believe that they are in separate sections, but if both teams win, I think they do fight against each other, or I might be mistaken.
Yeah, they actually have to play against another. An Albert on Albert matchup, that could be crazy. Maybe exactly what Empress has been waiting for. Something a little special here going on. And hey, we could even have a Glorp and Glorp Academy game too, I think. No?
I think so, but I do think one of them lost. I don't really know which. Yeah, I know. Fuck. Let's look
well-
at these stats here.
For the side of Infinite Zero and Albert V2, like, it was the same story as last game. You know, Infinite Zero getting 15 First Bloods and Albert V2 having 13. And again, those were the games. Like, those would really turn the tides in terms of, like, who was able to take control, who was able to, you know, be more confident in their plays, who was going to have that momentum going into it. And then with the rounds as well, remember, like, we see Infinite Zero get 4, and then Albert get 4, and then Infinite Zero get 3, and then Albert getting 3, and then Infinite Zero getting 3, and Albert getting 3 again. So even through to OT, and then finally, right, Albert has to finish it off with 3 more. So just like a lot of really cool ideas coming out, and then the other team having to figure out, how are we going to counter this? How are we going to stop them from going too crazy with that?
Yeah, and here it's pretty obvious that You Should Run was the clear MVP for Infinite Zero. And as we can see on the stats, trading within 5 seconds, I believe Infinite Zero has gotten the higher percentage on both maps.
Yeah, and something that we didn't really talk about is their retakes. Albert actually was doing pretty well on those retakes in comparison to Infinite Zero. And I do believe we actually will be having an interview coming up with You Should Run. I mean, can we talk about You Should Run, Blitz? He was amazing for the side of Infinite Zero.
Yeah, especially in the first, 7 rounds? He was dominating Albert.
Yeah, he just had a lot of really good plays. On defense, he was able to play ratty, and on offense, he was also able to play ratty. And Albert, just not able to figure out where exactly he was. They did have, they had the Sova for them, but Curse maybe just not able to get the right dart for him, the right drone for him, whatever it was, the util that he was using to be able to figure out where these players were. You Should Run was on top of that every single time and taking advantage of it every single time. Albert maybe just needed to clean up a little bit of those clears, but other than that, I mean, they played great today too.
Yeah, and I do think that Albert just needs to kind of clean up and focus more. They did struggle a lot on their attacker side. Anytime they went to B, I'm pretty sure they've lost.
Yeah,
And here we have
tough.
You Should Run.
Yeah,
Hello.
you can introduce him.
You Should Run. How do you feel about that entire game, especially in that first half? You were kind of dominating Albert.
I think I'm most comfortable. Like Viper is my comfort agent. I think map one, I low-key struggled. Map one was kind of bad for me. I think I had 0 and 7 at some point, but me and my team brought it together. And then Breeze, we low-key practiced Breeze a lot this week. It should not have been that close. We had some mishaps, I would say. But yeah, I think me especially on Breeze, when I see enemy team has no Senti, I know my timings are gonna be good all around the map. I had so much info from my Sova and my KO. And yeah, that just enabled me to take every timing there was. Also, I was just shooting really good. I was feeling it, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you were definitely hitting the shots You Should Run. We could not stop talking about all of those lurks. Was that the game plan going into this? Did it feel good that, that you guys, you picked Breeze and you guys were confident coming into it? Did you guys know that this was definitely in the bag for y'all?
Yeah, I think before today, we had some talks. We were definitely gonna pick Breeze if they didn't ban it. Because I think we scrimmed maybe 3 or 4 times last week on Breeze with me on Viper, and we were testing some different double initiator comps, and I think all of those scrims went really well. So yeah, I'll say Breeze was definitely one of our maps we were gonna pick for sure, and we were pretty confident on that.
It looks like it did pay off in the long run, though. Even though it was a very close match, like you said, it shouldn't
Yeah.
have been that close. But I want to point out that you said like earlier that you were doing bad on split, but you made it up for it here on Breeze, getting 36 and 18, kind of showing the dominant factor for yourself, showing who you really are, honestly.
Yeah, I think Split was definitely not my best showing. I'll say that. I was definitely, I wouldn't say tilted per se. I think it was just more disappointed with myself. But I think towards the second end of Split, I did kind of reset my own mental and bring it back for myself. Actually, I think on the last round I killed 2 in vents and they didn't clear me for the match win. So I think I definitely brought it back towards the end of Split there.
Yeah, you definitely did. I can only imagine what the chat was like. Your boys hyping you up, probably. I would assume. Yeah, some really good stuff. Well, hey, you also mentioned that you felt like it shouldn't have been that close. What things do you want to clean up for the next match, going into the next one?
Some of our post plants on A on Breeze were not the greatest. I think it might have been a little bit of bad util usage. I won't say too much about our Breeze next week, but I'll probably will not be a close match on Breeze if we get Breeze next week. Yeah, our postmaster is really bad on the A side. B, probably not so much, but yeah, it's mainly just our post plants and util usage in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, and that's something that's really easy you can clean up. You've got, like, your Sova, right? So you can play, post-plant with those shocks, and when you're able to have stuff like, your Hunter's Fury, get that up, your Viper's Pit, and your Viper's
Yep.
Orbs. On top of that, you got the KO Molly. So I think that it's definitely possible that you guys can be able to play that much better. And on top of that, I remember that one round you had, was it Zion lurking?
Which map?
Just last one.
The last round on Breeze.
Yeah.
Last map.
I low-key forgot what our layout was for the last round on Breeze. I'm gonna be honest. I think it went by so fast.
I mean, it did
Zion-
go by pretty fast.
Zion might have been lurking. Oh no, I think we faked A a little, and then we ended B, and I went late lurk through elbow, and I called Neon.
Oh, that's
and I
right.
think it was
Xbox.
Cyber.
Yeah, and Turquoise. Yeah, that's right. And that was a crazy round too.
Yeah. Those we kind of loved the A fakes there towards the end. We saw they were working. It was like, hey, maybe fake A just one more time and see what happens.
All right, and I guess the final question that we'd like to ask is, now you've ascended. Okay, you're up 1 amongst 4 other teams. Who are you most excited to play against, and where do you want to be?
I think I want to play Razingen again because the match before playoffs, I think we should not have lost to Razingen, to be honest. I think if we played again, we probably would win. That's just me though. I think my team also wants to play Razingen again.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, they. I was gonna say that.
Wait, we're playing next week?
I believe so.
Yes. Rather than
Yeah,
just
you
be,
guys will be playing next week against Rasengan. So that matchup that you've been talking about, it's gonna happen next week, and it's gonna be very, very nice to watch.
Yeah, I also say that because Lava was a sub for us for a while, and now he got put on the main roster of Rising, and we lost to them before playoffs. So I definitely want to see them again.
Wow. Yeah, and that should be very exciting. And so you might be able to see that if you tune in next week. Blitz, do you have any more questions before we let You Should Run go here?
I don't think I do. I think everything that I would ask was been answered. I think they should save some more of these plans for their next match against Rasengan, especially because it seems like you really want your get back against Rasengan.
Yeah, I think my team feels the same.
All right. Well, definitely the best of luck to you. You Should Run.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us here
Thank you guys.
today. Great job today.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for joining us on this stream tonight. Another wonderful one with Empress. We got some really cool games, some close ones, and, in the first series, a not so close one. But overall, right, we got some awesome games. And that stuff you're only going to find here on Empress. If you would like, you can be sure to check us out. You can, if you'd like to play next season, you can come find us in joining the Discord server. That's where we all like to hang out. And we're also always looking for staff, so you can join that if you're interested as well. We need producers, we need casters, and we always need observers as well. So thank you very much. What are you thinking, Blitz?
I'm thinking that they should really check this out. Honestly, this has been so far a very hype season, especially in just playoffs here. Even though we have only seen 2 matches, but I'm excited for these ones next week.
Yeah, definitely excited. Thank you so much for joining us today here on Empress Blitz. It has been a pleasure, and we will see you guys next week.
Peace out.